video responding to the video Just Stop put out on Veronica and Mark's marriage. I guess the new information is that Daft Pina was the mastermind behind that, and one of his many motives for having that video made was because Veronica called him a cuck.
You want to know what I did to Daft that made him hate me so much? I called him a cuck private to friends back in 2020. Those who joked along and agreed. After having a falling out with one of them, they would decide to go to Daft themselves and tell him what I had said. To which he approached me about this. I never denied it, and told him that the person that he got this from had joined in too. The worst I'd done to Daft since was send him this image.
I don't know about you guys, but if I was disrespected so much to be sent an image like that, I definitely would go out of my way to convince an 18-year-old to make a video exposing this person's marriage. Dude, Daft Pina has to be the stupidest motherfucker on the planet, and there is ample proof from multiple people that this is the case. If you want to learn more about his involvement in particular with this, you could check out Just Stop's recent video addressing it, or the last chapter of Veronica's video where she goes more in depth. But for this video, I want to talk about someone who is actually more pathetic than Daft Pina. That being Rice Pirate Mick, the guy who is such a big simp for Veronica that his toxic lust for her is what caused this entire shit show to start in the first place. So Rice Pirate Mick is known online as a Newgrounds animator who hung around people like Chris O'Neill, Corey Spaz Kid, Zach Psychic Pebbles, Ego Raptor, etc. You know, that group of people. So Mick ended up meeting Veronica through her being the girlfriend of his at the time friend Chris O'Neill, aka Oni and G. But despite the boundary being set of her already being in a relationship with his friend, that didn't stop him from lusting over her hard.
There would be occasions where Mick would try to convince me to leave Chris prior to the breakup.
The sad truth I have to bring to you today is that the drama isn't over, and it never will be. Last time I talked about the original main trio of Oni plays, as well as some of their not so trustworthy trio of Oni. Plays, as well as some of their not so trustworthy pals, but I just scratched the surface. As some of you may know, Tomar recently went to prison for quote-unquote war crimes. Personally, I don't think bombing the city of Oklahoma is that bad, and if anything, we need to talk about Zach. Unfortunately, it seems like he will be leaving to pursue his passion project Friday Night Funkin', as well as Phantom Arcade will be leaving to pursue his passion project Smiling Friends. Honestly, Oni didn't take this information too well. Here's his reaction. Did you know, Oni, creator of well-known Newgrounds animations such as Dragon's Ball PP and the iconic animation Splatoon vs. De Blob, can be seen throwing a controller at Ding Dong's hole.
Ukulele.
Okay, I need to.
Ow, my dick!
Sorry. You threw the controller at my car.
And due to this abuse, Julian threw Chris's phone at the wall. Unepic.
What's cooking?
Did you know? There was an entire episode of Cuphead where Chris, Ding Dong, and Julian get into a big argument because they can't get past the tutorial. This argument mirrors the disturbing experiment known as MK Ultra. Now this makes me angry, and I am offended, but not as offended as I will be next time, when I talk about the mysterious original Not-So-Grump.
I did tell Chris the nights this happened, so he was fully aware. Some of our mutuals would warn me about Mick and his tendencies, especially around how he treats women and alcohol. As when we would all hang out, back when Chris and I were together, Mick would constantly give me back rubs, touch my neck, and get very close to my face when speaking to me. There would be multiple occasions where our mutuals would tell me his way of describing me was like I was a piece of meat to him. Here's a good example of his obnoxious and flirtatious behavior while drunk.
Those are some beautiful pictures. Very beautiful pictures. Very well done. I just can't help but see... Num 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 num.
And this is something he's willing to post on Twitter. In real life, this was much worse.
This man was born in 1980 and responding to modeling pictures of his friend's girlfriend by saying this.
Num 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 num.
I don't know, dude, what? And apparently that isn't the worst of it. Not only is that weird and creepy, but it's fucking cringe.
Fuck you! Fuck up!
So, as many of you guys know, especially due to the fact that Veronica's now married to Mark, obviously Veronica and Oni ended up breaking up eventually, which ended up being pretty messy, with Veronica cheating on Oni. And instead of Mick backing up his friend, he instead tried to use this as an opportunity to slide in with Veronica by bringing her on a fancy boat trip where they could romantically shit-talk Oni.
Chris and I had been in a relationship for 3.5 years. We were on and off, and towards the end of our relationship, we both knew that we didn't like where it was heading. My biggest fault in this was my lack of communication with him and my assumptions of his intentions. I assumed that Chris was trying to reach out to an ex, one in which he had cut off from me after I had demanded him to. I should mention that this was somebody who was extremely sick, and this was somebody who was also very important to him. So cutting them off made Chris feel worse. I was so insecure that I didn't care what the matter of their friendship was at the time. I just wanted him to cut her off so he could focus only on me. A friend would admit to me that Chris had been reaching out to her. This friend had romantic feelings towards me. My insecurities were through the roof, heightened more so by my excessive drinking, causing more stress upon Chris, which had made him feel, why did I cut this
friends party? I don't.
I did this, but I was a little fucked up. I made a group.
person off I cared for a woman who makes me feel this way, stressed out all the time.
Chop them. Everyone here is amazing, and they know that like I need help, so like they're taking a lot of ownership over their respective roles, and that's helping a lot too.
So we can end up having like screens and modern technology, but as long as there's like the old stuff there as well.
Yeah, I really like that a lot.
That'll be good.
Just having like a clay oven or something would be pretty rad. I'll pick your brain and pick a face.
Face. This one has a mask. It's got a lot of accessories. I know you want this one.
Yeah.
So do you want to just do this one?
Let me see the other one again.
We had a really great brainstorm, generated lots and lots of ideas, so I have to go through that and figure out what the things we're going to build as sort of pilot content. You're a vampire and you're trying to do your makeup, but you can't see your face. So how do vampires do their makeup?
Ooh. That's a good one. Actually, that's great. What if you had to paint your face and people were telling you a little over to the left, and the people on the outside could see what you're doing?
And also Pendleton Ward showed up and came to our brainstorm and did some little doodles of stuff, and that was a pleasant surprise.
You're gonna see an old lady in a chair and you're a ghost. You might be able to have enough time to recognize that you're transparent, and then you're just gonna go like this. And then you're gonna scare the person, right? 30 seconds? Well, I guess 30 seconds can last longer.
All right, so wait, and then Anna had one. And then we actually do have to be done because I don't want to do this forever. What I'd like to do is like, all right, let's get the one more first.
No, it's fine.
Do it. What is it?
No,
what is it? It could be the best idea. It could be the. All right.
So yeah, one core feature for our game is that we need to have interaction between the person who's in VR and the people who are outside. And so one way of doing that would be rendering one scene for the person in the VR headset and then show something completely different on the TV. Being day one, it's not too bad, but I'm hoping to get this taken care of sooner rather than later because everything depends on it pretty heavily.
Emily and our team worked on kind of an initial art direction. You actually see it, if you see it on my screen, this sort of like very, very bold, flat colors, not a lot of detail, texture, and material work, kind of going for rubberized plastic sort of look, like plasticine clay, which should look like very iconic, very bold shapes, very easy to see, also very easy to make.
Jeff was building a world. Silvio set up the basic project, which kind of dropped a default character in. Gabe spent some time working on tuning the camera, so we got kind of the camera angle that we're looking for. And then we've just had a whole bunch of meetings to kind of plan out things that we want to do.
Silvio's still wrestling with like getting the light maps to build, so
yeah, he's having problems with Incredibuild on the build machine too.
This is what our environment looks like right now.
I walked by like 10 minutes ago, and it was great because like on this screen you had this, and on the other screen there was like search results like, why is my landscape black?
Yeah. Like things like this look simple, but are deceptively difficult to make in 3D.
Yeah, and so I'm much more concerned about us being able to make the stuff because we only have 2 weeks. Like, if that seems impossible, don't do that.
Yeah.
We don't have room for like multiple impossible tasks on one project.
Yeah.
There's so much noise.
Yeah.
Like this nice quiet.
I know, it's so quiet. You guys were in your meeting this morning briefly?
Yeah.
It's very quiet.
Yeah, nice quiet team.
Yeah, it is quiet team. I like it. It's a good quiet team. Yeah, the bong wins again.
The idea starts with one person's experiences and knowledge and creative influence, and then when there's a team working on it, you then get everybody's ideas kind of coming together, and that person helps filter it. I wouldn't pressure anything that Derek wasn't comfortable with, so we're kind of building this tree of possibility space of where all the possible games that could be made from that core idea, and he's trimming the tree as we're going. So it's fun to explore that.
How do you guys feel about like having there be like an objective about carrying water versus just trying to destroy the other teams?
There was some water was essentially like the flag in a CTF map, right? Like there's a fountain that has water, and you
if there's a fountain or a waterfall in the center,
and you grab it, and then you have to get to the fountain and then get to their base.
Then get to their base and dump it. I wasn't sure what to expect. I've never made a game like this at all. Never made a multiplayer game for one, and I've never made a game that relied on physics at all. And I've never made a game really. I've been a concept artist, not a game. So I'm just kind of going in and trusting the people that I'm working with.
How's everybody feeling? Everybody's really quiet. Is it because their cameras are here, or is it because we're looking at a broken game? Is the camera? There's a strong chance we just go down a rabbit hole on basic bugs, and I feel like that demonstrates amazing progress. Can somebody write down get physics working on the hands as a task?
Probably be under the whole get physics working.
I mean, it seems like it seems like
all related.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Well, then you'll get both tasks, and you'll be able to do both of them at once. It'll be very exciting.
Did you detect fun just now when you were playing the game? Where you're like, I'm having fun?
No, not yet. I think the thing I'm waiting for is when we actually get the sort of social fun of people outside of VR yelling at somebody in VR who's doing something ridiculous and they're laughing back and forth. Any wake-up calls about what we're making, we'll get those pretty fast because they'll be like total randos, not total randos. Our lovable coworkers will be playing our game and giving us quality, stern feedback on the product as we go. So we're getting there. Got a little floppy fly swatter. Oh, it's like jointed. It's like, it's weird.
It needs a little help.
Yeah, it does. We'll get there. It's fine. I have to leave today and tomorrow at 5 because my wife is out of town, so I have to pick up the kids and feed them and all the rest of that stuff. I will be in on Sunday, just trying to do catch up and work ahead.
So, seemed like a good day. Had a pretty productive meeting in the morning.
The meeting this morning was very productive. Yeah, I guess we can just go through this first one and then, you know, stop me if anything sounds crazy to you or like we can't do that or I have an amazing idea for how to do this. Starting with the shrimp car wash.
Sounds crazy to me.
Oh, all right, meeting's over.
You want to give a certain amount of dose of like, wait, I'm not sure if we want to do that, but you don't want to do that too much because then it really stems like the creative output, especially at the beginning of the project, and like that's not a good way to go either.
Now I feel like everyone knows what they're doing and everyone's just sort of off and doing that.
Has this been harder than the documentary? If for Amnesia Fortnite specifically?
No, because that was insane. No one should do that. I don't know why you guys are doing it. I think the biggest difference is that despite how busy it is and how much there is going on and how stressed I feel sometimes, like there are also the moments where I get to like have that like creative rush and it's easy to get sort of high off of that. Whereas like when we were doing the doc, like we're just like in this weird zombie state because we're not sleeping. And like, even though I know that I've edited the episode that I just shot yesterday to my satisfaction, I'm still super tired and just like not here. The only thing that like I would say that I don't think we've ever gotten on camera is just finding like a secluded corner somewhere just to like hide for 5 minutes. I needed to do that today for sure. I just like went upstairs to the floor above us and just like stood in the hallway for a few minutes and didn't like look at my phone or like think about anything. And then I came back and it was fine. I'm having a lot more sympathy for everyone that's like led the projects before and for Tim especially.
Question for two-player, how much has Austin changed? Is he a big time in you guys now? Sitting in the big red chair?
Sometimes I just come into that room and just take a, well...
Take a what?
I was gonna say something, but I realized I was being filmed.
Take a big note.
What's Jared doing back there?
He's muddling butts. I can't stop him.
So many butts.
He's unstoppable.
I got some butt cheek Sam on them.
Matt got some work done on the pottery tech, so we can make
Pots go! Pots go!
That's great.
That was kind of fun.
That was awesome.
It was hard not to laugh.
I had a smile on my face.
Oh, God.
You were here last time when Derek led a project.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've observed him? Has he?
Dude, that guy's chill as hell right now. Last time he was chill, but you could see him just being like, I'm not sure. And then this time, every time he talks to me, he has like the calmness in his eyes of like a spiritual leader. He's like, thanks for coming and working here. Thanks a lot.
You're wearing this?
Yes. Well, I'm running out of shirts.
Trying to impress Penn.
Actually, I didn't. I forgot about that. But no, I mean, I just running out of shirts. Gotta put on something.
Do you think there's a reason you're not meeting as much as the other teams? Is it just due to the nature of the game, or is it because it's a more programmer-centric game?
Yeah, I don't think there's as many unknowns. This game has a lot of mechanics that are kind of known quantities that we can just get up and running quickly without having to figure it out. We know how to do basic attacks and how to pick things up and drop them. It doesn't need like a brainstorm meeting to figure that stuff out.
Are you happy with the art style you ended up with, Jeff?
I mean, I think if it was a different project, I would have probably done things a little differently. But in the time we have right now,
I'm okay with it. The only, nobody's really saying no to the shit I'm dicking around with. So there's far more shine in this demo than anything we've done in Psychonauts. So that's nice.
You like shiny?
No, not necessarily, but we're really clamping it hard in Psychonauts. Just because that's the style of game. It's nice to sort of work outside of that and just work on something different for a little while.
It's fun, and then the creatures, they're actually going to have a bunch of different parts, and this will be like the base body, and then we'll actually swap out different pieces because they evolve, right? So they have evolutionary traits. So they hold on, someone's knocking at my office door. I'm being interviewed. Bye. Hi. So no, it's a different feeling doing AF not there.
I bet, yeah.
So I mean, it's still fun, but it's definitely doesn't have the energy that you get when you're actually on site.
So this would be the point where you come in and you cry and you say like it was a big mistake. You wish you had never signed up for this. It's all falling apart. Won't I stop it? And then I say, cheer up, right? Okay, so go.
I think everything's okay.
Sorry, documentary guys.
So I have another question. Sorry for all these questions.
So what I would like to do in the mornings is review what we did yesterday, see where we are. If there's things that people call out of like, we have to do this right now, let's add a task. If it's just general discussion about like, hey, what are we gonna do about, we should note it, and we'll do it after we finish sort of where we are. Yeah, the short version, we make the game not broken, and then we can add polishy stuff, all the polishy stuff later.
All right, so yeah, what we're trying to do is get text to show up on our TV. Okay, this first
Hit
text shows
pickle
up.
with racket.
Hit pickle with racket.
Oh, Jesus.
Riveting narrative.
Wait, why are you throwing apples?
What did you do?
Game development is a very serious job.
Oh, wait. I forgot. That's my bad. Okay, you can run it again.
Okay.
Please don't make me the bad guy of this documentary. I really don't want to be the heel.
And we got, James got all the scripting hooked up for it, but this was our first test of actually like running it at all, and it doesn't work yet. So we had our giant brainstorm and had, I don't know, 100 ideas that were all over the map. And then as a team, we sat down and tried to figure out which ones we'd actually want to build. Speed, but on a butter churn. This is basically you've got a butter churn, you've got 2 butter churns, and you have to you've got 2 butter churns, and you have to churn butter, and then you get feedback on this one has to go faster, and this one has to go slower.
I know what the feedback is.
And so you're doing fast. Yeah, butter churn.
No, you're chafing. You're chafing.
It's a very embarrassing game.
That's the point.
That is the point. Yeah, because embarrassment is funny.
That one's clearly a winner. It's clearly a winner. And so, like, one of them you have to go slow, and the other one you have to go fast. Oh my god.
Different strokes for different folks.
Dun, 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 dun. I came in today feeling pretty rested, and now I don't feel that way at all. So, yeah. So while I know that a lot got done today, I just felt like, what did we do today? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that when I go back and like look at the Slack, there's actually like a ton of stuff that got done, but this was the fastest feeling day by far.
Melina arrived today as well. What's she going to be doing on the project?
Like right away, she hit the ground running, sitting down with Spaff and like hashing out like the initial direction that I gave them for writing the characters and all the dialogue and stuff.
I have a desk, but I haven't sat in it once, which is awesome because at home I'm pretty much tethered to my desk. What I saw in today's meeting looked really great, and I feel like, or I hope that we're at that point where shit just starts going in and it gets exponentially better.
I guess maybe picking one of them up, that's probably aren't big enough, but whatever, I'm just starting to stub things in based on some of the cool concepts that have been done. And of course, like I mentioned, we got Paul's initial steamer basket in, so that's it's fun to see stuff happening.
What's going on? Why are you the only person building stuff?
That is a good question. Made a bread dough ball, some nori sheets. I think he had full confidence that I was going to be able to do everything. So.
And Penn too. He was saying like he's leaving tomorrow. He's going back home, but he said that he's happy to just continue modeling stuff from home for us. So we're really lucky to have him do that. by the end of the week, we can have all of like the major props in. So we'll see how that stuff's looking, and you know, I think it's just gonna get crazy in the last 2 days next week.
Man, what's happening here? This looks great.
Perfect. And cut. And cut.
It's hard to sort what actually got done, so maybe we could just go around and we can talk about what got done yesterday. The game got running, which is awesome. You guys solved the major mysteries of why things were not working.
Yes.
Sitting through the meetings and seeing the programmers freaking out about VR and getting these things to work, does it make you glad that you're not a programmer?
I never want to be a programmer. Never, ever. It's all magic to me. My brain doesn't function well enough anymore to be a programmer.
No,
Which ones do you guys want to play?
Whatever is working.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
This is, it's here.
Down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can
you
change
see,
the opposite,
does the periscope work?
Yeah.
I have no right hand, but
Yes, you
so
have
I can't
a
see what the
periscope.
periscope sees.
We still don't have one actual game up and running. If we don't get it working fast enough, we won't have enough time to actually polish and make it good. And so the biggest risk would be it's a big pile of nonsense garbage at the end. Just the usual problems.
But don't you think at the end you'd be able to say like, "Hey, I told you guys."
Yeah, exactly. Like
I have no idea what I'm doing.
I know. I've got my ass covered.
It was literally in my pit.
That's right.
Might as well called it. Don't pick this game.
Don't pick this game.
Tim.
Yeah,
this is my personal pick, so you can't mess this up.
Yeah, I mean, this is not testable in this state.
Wait,
so
why is the hand?
Yeah, the hand is below. Without figuring out that scale, which is very specific,
So-
it's unplayable.
okay, so this is what I'm confused about. So the offset
I'm
is
confused
like
too.
you're just setting a water line to the eye height.
If we
and
did
then-
that, you wouldn't be able to reach any of the islands. Unless they were all tiny and right next to you.
Yeah, I get what you mean by that. Why is?
I don't get what you mean by that.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like
this is.
This is what you have to do.
Well, no, I mean, this is what you have to do. Like, you're just looking about, like, if this was the water line and I can't see what's up here and I'm doing this and I pick up this, I guess I'm worried that we're just talking about different things.
No, I think we're talking about the same thing, and there may be some sort of limitation with the hand tracking that makes that really hard to do without making things a tiny scale. Like, it's weird, but
I'm confused as to what the periscope sees right now. Why are there no islands and no water and?
it's down under for some reason.
All right. Well, I mean, we've sort of seen everything we can see. This is just talking about this one particular one, so. That was our playtest for today.
I'm sure we'll figure it out when we sit down and actually try to place it. So, what are you doing with the racket? You said the racket was broken.
You have to grab it and it should go to the next task.
Well, did you grab the racket?
Yes.
Let's do that again.
Okay.
Something was broken and they were going to have to redo a bunch of things again.
From scratch?
I don't know. I didn't understand. I wasn't getting all of the details. I was also trying to do work.
Is this going to aid in your
It's going to be a
project
disaster.
leading? Yeah? Yeah. There's more of this. There's more whiskey.
I know. I'm looking forward to it.
Family that crafts Irish whiskey.
So when you really like trying to figure out what the difference
This is
between
a
the
family,
disciplines
and that's what they do.
of folks who make video games,
that would
the
be
undeniable one
really
is that
interesting
programmers
to
cannot program while,
Yeah, it'd be
while
different
drinking.
than- yeah.
Whereas artists and designers are like,
Family
we're
and like
okay.
their-
That's so you just basically drunk all day. Is that how you crank out all that art?
That's how Lee does it.
keep the lines loose. Works really well in video games. You're like, I just wanted to stay loose with this, so I just checked in this polygon soup and clicked a button. Someone else fixed this shit.
Headlander.
So something we definitely observed is that Sylvia was frustrated about something, and we're afraid to ask him what that is.
Actually, I'm not sure specifically what problems he was looking at today. I know there was something to do with audio that he was trying to take care of, and I think he got that solved.
There are multiple issues, but the main one for today was that we are the first team that to get like dialogue in. So even though no teams had it working, we were the first ones to try and get it to work, and that took a while. It took a while because we had to like deal with a little bit, well, my unfamiliarity with the WISE interface, for instance, and the audio guys' unfamiliarity with our scripting, our scripts to actually build the audio build. So we had a problem that no one really had the whole picture. And that took a while to figure out.
We need to make Bancraft still for voice and everything in Unreal, so once that assert's fixed, let us know, and then we'll plug that in, and then voice should start working again. Okay. Or working for the first time, I should say. Now that we know the problem, the hard part's over, but now I'm like pretty behind on all the stuff I was supposed to do today. Just had this fat list. It's like cracked my knuckles and was getting ready to work, and then I got pulled into this for the whole day.
Anytime that I'm not actively hitting the keyboard, I'm wasting time. I'm already here late every day. Like I don't know right now if I'm leaving in 10 minutes or in an hour and 10 minutes.
Do you feel like you have an obligation to Devin to put those hours in or make sure you're not wasting any time?
No, not so much to Devin, but I feel an obligation to the spirit of a game jam to put in as much time as I can. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Maybe around another hour or so?
I think so. Yeah, I think I should go around like 9:40.
Such a compressed timeline compared to a normal development cycle. You know, where a couple hours is equivalent to a couple days or a couple weeks on a normal project. So every moment counts. I made this like pot smash dust effect. I've probably spent an hour or less on it, and as soon as not having it versus having it is just like night and day difference in terms of how the game feels and how exciting it is.
Still waiting on a full playable game, but I feel like we're getting closer every day, so that's good.
Seeing stuff come together visually, even if it's maybe not the most important part of the game, I think is super motivating to other people on the team, and they can see that the game is actually going to become something. So yeah, that's what that's all about.
Your effects blueprint looks kind of elaborate.
Oh, this is the clay material. It's kind of a mess. This is what happens in Amnesia Fortnite. Don't worry about that.
Have you been aware of what Jeremy Mitchell has been doing?
Yeah, effects stuff. Jeremy's been doing cool effects.
Did this just look even better? Did it just become
Better or worse?
really cool?
It just got awesome over here.
Oh man. No, keep it off, keep it off.
This is going in my demo reel for sure. This shot. Thanks, Derek.
How are you guys feeling about implementing the water mechanic at this point?
Yeah, we don't want to start adding water until combat is registering properly across the whole multiplayer thing, and
I don't know. I keep going back and forth on that. Like, on one hand, like it'd be really great to have another mode, like game mode, the water game mode thing, but then also it's like, well, we only have now we have 3 days left. I don't know if that's gonna happen right now.
It's all right.
Hey,
Filmmaking, it's easy. Not like games. Games is hard.
Games are hard.
Asif.
Food movies are hard.
Siddiqui, or Sid, as you like to be called.
Yes, Timmy Shafe.
You could try.
T-Shafe.
It'll never
I'm still
stick.
trying to make that one stick.
T-Shafe?
Yeah, T-Shafe.
I've never heard anyone call me T-Shafe.
I just call you that every single time I see you. I'm sure that I have.
All right, Sid. Anyway, how do you feel?
Overall, like, I am pretty at peace with, like, the prototype just being what it is.
But you're still going to try and make it good, right?
Of course.
It went from having a lot of just simple geometry. You can see over there, it used to all look like that probably 2 days ago. And then everything got a coat of texture paint.
What's your process for putting materials together on a timeline like this?
Quick and dirty. Start off with a hand-painted texture that I do in Photoshop. So I went with this kind of, it's kind of a Miyazaki style, simple kind of crazy plated metal.
Yeah, it's got a ton of character right now, even with just the few things that he's done. I mean, that's credit to Levi, and and to Paul as well for the way the props were modeled. You know, I was expecting something much simpler given the amount of time that we had, so the fact that he was able to like achieve so much with so little was really inspiring and just very gratifying to see. And the machines are working the way that they're intended to so far. So yeah, that stuff is amazing, and thanks, Brian, for doing that. You're the man. Cool.
I love it. It's really, yeah, things are happening. Stuff's coming together. It feels really good. People are doing pretty great work right now. I'm pretty excited to see everything as it's coming in. Like it might be a little bit of a video game now. just a little bit. That's key.
Okay, I just want to do a quick state of the state on like where we are as a project, which is that nothing is working right now. We don't have really any particular game up and running in a reliable way, and we do not have the content in for most of the games. I feel like we're doing a pretty good job on art asset production, but most of our 8 mini games do not actually have their logic implemented. We don't have all the object types we need. We don't have the tool types we need. And most importantly, the network second screen stuff is now disconnecting. So we basically need to get that fundamental thing, because if the second screen does not work, we don't have a game at all. If we can't get that fixed today, I think there's almost no way that we could actually get the rest of the content implemented in 3 days.
I believe in us.
I believe in us too. No pressure. Do you guys want to break and go start drilling into that right now while we go update on all the other stuff?
I bet you it's this.
Really?
Oh yeah. No. Okay.
Oh,
so
is this?
Wait. Stop.
What?
Let me see.
I want to disconnect it.
Stop. Let me see. Disconnect that node. Just see what happens.
Nope.
Nope. It's all broke there too.
But we were doing this yesterday.
I don't know. I was getting the same behavior.
Yes,
I was getting the same behavior in World Text Actor, which doesn't make any sense.
With all the technical hurdles, is it disheartening to have to keep doing all this stuff, not knowing if it's actually going to turn into a game eventually?
Nah, not really. Like, because I mean, I have a lot of faith in Aaron and Amy, and they're just chugging away, doing whatever they can. For me, swinging around a floppy steak is funny enough in itself, you know, like just being in those worlds, like the stupid tennis hell stuff, just going into that space and laughing at it for the first time is something, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out information from people if there's ever been an Amnesia Fortnite game that just didn't land. It's like anybody that just comes in where it's like at the end of the day, it's just like literally a garbage pile train wreck. I was in a dark place yesterday. I was like, this is all not going to land. Because it's just, I mean, it's sort of a weird thing. Like, for me, the point of prototyping is like prove something out one way or the other, and you can succeed or fail, which means failure is an option. Like, failure is actually a good thing. If it fails, like, okay, great, that didn't work. But if that's because of technical issues, like that are solvable in the long run,
I'm sure you guys will figure it out.
That's what everybody says. And I hope we do, but I've also done this enough times. Sometimes you don't figure it out. Like, you can't just rely on like, oh, well, everything just comes together at the last minute. It's like, well, no, sometimes it doesn't come together at the last minute.
And it's not happening.
No, it's not.
We're having a lot of trouble. I mean, certainly part of it is likely due to the fact that we're just not really familiar with it. We're trying to get up and running with it as soon as possible, and so we're not spending tons of time reading documentation and watching tutorials and all that kind of stuff. We're just kind of hitting the ground running. We've had a little bit of trouble on that front.
This is a much better test. Okay. I should put that like on a 2-second timer.
Spawn actor. It's the spawn actor. Oh.
Freaking
Spawn. Was it? Well, it is this node.
Amazing.
Found it. Yay! You just dig.
It wasn't actually a systemic problem. It's really good news.
And you. Woo! Okay. That's the game. Kind of the game. That was the game end to end. That was the whole thing. That was the whole thing. Now we're just back to not having enough time, instead of it also being impossible. 2 weeks on the idea, and then you'll never touch it again. So I mean, this is sort of the shot for this idea to live and die. And so, you go through the arc of getting very excited about something and then going like, oh, actually, no, it's just gonna be stillborn in a way, and then you'll move on and never make that thing. And that, it doesn't matter how long you're in the industry. That's just a bummer. Just get excited about something, and then it doesn't end up happening. But hopefully, it we'll all come together and we will make something awesome, and we will have a very hilarious playtest where we'll make Tim do all the stupid stuff in front of everyone.
Why are you punching?
Jared, tell us what you're doing.
I'm kicking this guy's ass. It's really neat seeing all the systems kind of working, sort of. A lot more than they were yesterday.
Yeah, progress. Since I had the basic multiplayer working, we wanted to extend that to other aspects of the game. So we did that, and we got it in, and it's working pretty good. We're looking for Tucker, but he must be at the beer party.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he is.
Unfortunate timing. You always lose out to beer when it comes to Tucker.
We got Tucker.
We went.
Whoa!
Holy shit.
You just punched me out of to outer space.
And you hit somebody in the air while they're jumping, they go flying across the map.
That's something you wanted, right? Wasn't that like
well, I don't think it was expected. Oh. I think it just happened, and probably going to keep it because it's awesome. Derek, are we going to keep it?
Yeah.
Good. And there's a lot of funny accidents in this game. It's cool. Or maybe they're all just really intentional and Derek's a genius.
Definitely not that. I don't know, like, I think somewhere along the way, the original vision was obsolete. It's way more fun and interesting to fly around as little spirits than I thought it would be. Like, I thought that would be just a boring part of the game. I guess maybe it's the contrast of different traversal elements. Like, you have really slow lumbering guys that actually can do stuff, but then when you fly out, you're completely mobile and can go anywhere. So I don't know, it's totally evolved.
It's the combat. I think the combat still feels a little random, just like I'm flailing around. We can work on tuning that a little bit, hopefully over the next few days, to make it feel a little more strategic.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a crash.
Crash.
Did you get any tech?
I tried to get in one of these debug pots and it crashed.
Yeah, next bits I hope to get in some of the game loop where you can actually kill the base and win or lose. So you could actually start and finish a game. You know, like we don't really have that in. Right now you can just wail on each other forever, so that's the next bit to you.
So, cool. All right. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Have a good night.
So, so the pigment spawn location. So get ground location below is in reality just project pointer navigation, but that's because there is a nav mesh down there. There's a nav mesh down there. I'm just gonna go very slowly.
What is it on?
Wait, is this a nav mesh or? Yeah. There it is. Look at this.
What's this surface?
It's underworld.
Also, you don't drink coffee.
What?
You don't drink coffee.
It's not true. Even if it wasn't true before, it definitely needs to be true now. Not that like other people didn't have work to do today, right? But we found out this morning that Ryan wasn't going to be able to make it in today. For me, just personally, like, I felt like anytime I didn't know something or was sort of unsure about something, I could just quickly like look over to him and like ask, and like losing that was a little disorienting. I already have so much stress, just completely independent of what anyone else is doing, from the fact that there's only a day left, that it's messing with my head a little bit. Okay, I'll find this, I'll send it to you, and then I'll keep working on the thing. Who will?
What's going on, honestly?
It's not really a good time to talk, but basically it's just with Ryan being out today unexpectedly, we just have a little bit more, there was a little bit more work to do to like place all of the finished assets.
Okay.
So Ryan was sort of responsible for taking all of the completed stuff and putting them in like the level proper. Textures or materials that needed to be put in, VFX, stuff like that. And so that's kind of being taken over a bit by Asif for today. He's currently replacing the car wash white box with the big car wash machine that I finished last night.
That was the most complicated machine too, right?
Definitely the most complicated. I was up till 3.
It's a lot. I'm asking a lot of everybody, and you know, we cut a ton of stuff over the last 2 weeks, and there's still a lot to do.
Well, is it mostly just sort of tweaking the gameplay experience at this point?
No, it's finishing the gameplay experience. It's crazy. It's like it's really, really, really hard to scope. I mean, you can know that you have 2 weeks and have a sense of like what it means to simplify, but I don't know. I mean, this is sort of the part where my inexperience is sort of catching up to me. I just wanted to like, I don't know, do something that I thought was big and special while I had the opportunity. Because all these people will go back to making games, and I never will.
See that say? No more time. It means no more time.
Happy last day, everybody. No matter what happens, it's over after today. Let me look at what's in progress. So the Periscope camera is messed up.
We'll deal with it.
All right, hold up. Let's get through all this stuff. Cameras for end screen in the playground. That's on you. I need to check on the tennis flow because there was not a press button step happening at all last night. Figure out that flow.
That's not a small amount of work to get that room coming down.
It's not a huge amount. We can find a way to do that. I think we can find a way to do that.
I think playing through would be a really great idea because we probably have a bunch of small things that we actually do need to address.
Yes.
Because the scenarios probably have ways in which you can break them.
Yep.
That we.
Don't know.
Yep.
All right. Who wants to play? Everybody is scrambling. We're actually pretty good on pure content, so we have like most of our models in, which is nice because Tazio and Will can go through and focus on polish and effects and things like that, which is awesome. How's everybody else doing? How are the rest of the teams doing?
Well, same place.
Same place. Okay.
Yeah, well, Derek had a little bit of a freak out earlier, but he was like, "Dude, I'm freaking out." Okay, now let's just figure it out. So it was very momentary and not terribly exciting.
What was he freaking out about?
Yeah, made a crazy decision to do the water mechanic. Seemed like we could squeeze it in with our schedule, and so we're going for it.
I'm trying to make the spirits barf water.
It was pretty late last night, and knew I had to make a call, and so I made a call, and so now here we are.
So now, like the win condition is going to be you have to spray water on your opponent's kiln until it goes out?
Yes.
As opposed to just whacking it with a sword?
Yeah.
Probably makes more sense.
I will see. It is a bit of a changeover. Luckily, I was just starting on damaging the kiln and destroying it to make a victory or loss condition. So the fact that it's filled with fire now and you put it out with water, it saves me from doing that, so it isn't a total loss.
Oh.
But yeah, it's definitely heads down and crank.
You got pink rocks. Oh my god, you got critters! You got adorable two-legged bicorns. You've got, oh my god. I should go in more often. This is awesome. That's a really oh, you just sucked him up like Luigi. That's awesome. You can't hear me. You're talking on, you have the headphones on.
I can hear you.
Do all those attachments mean something?
Yep. You can kind of get information about the different traits: speed, defense, size, and aggression. And so the down red triangle means that this individual is going to be really low on that. So I know when I get there, he's going to have small horns. He's got small horns. And then if I go over to this one that's got a red up triangle, he's going to have big horns. It's a quick way to try to locate the individuals in the world that match what you're trying to do with your selection. So yeah, I can't really judge the sim stuff because I'm not playing it in that way. I'm kind of just playing it to listen to sounds and find the stuff I'm working on and make sure it's working properly. But it's fun to just run around and suck up animals and food. It's interesting what you end up with when you just get a bunch of dudes with different skill sets together and put a time pressure on them. You don't have time to nitpick anything. You just have to kind of go with what you come up with, and hopefully it's cool. And luckily here it is.
Spin your guns and walking away. Spin your guns and backing away. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Bye, Tucker.
All right.
You can film me if you want. From my perspective, the Jedi are evil.
That's such a good line.
It's
But
just
it's
say
so
how you're
not
feeling.
true. It's so
Significantly
not
better
true.
than 1 and 2. I'm not sure. To be perfectly honest, like I haven't seen any of them since they came out. So I just remember by the time I got to the third one, I'm like, surely they would have fixed some of the fundamental garbage problems of the last 2, and they had not. So. All right,
It's
are
like
you
a
playing?
display of force. It's like
Hey
a
everybody,
dragon.
let's play our video game.
Yay!
Yay!
Where are the hands?
Prop. All right. Stand in the circle facing the stump and press the button to continue.
That's so perfect.
It's great.
Good job,
All right.
Emily.
Wow, that's awesome. Nice VFX, dude.
All right. Kill the baby. Kill the baby. Oh, wait, did that camera not work?
Yeah, it didn't.
That was a bad
It didn't.
camera.
It's a bad camera.
Well, that was working earlier.
It was.
Oh, okay.
Okay, got
Two friends gotta take controllers. Ah! Got shocked. All right, someone else.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Hopefully this works better than before.
Yay! That was a really good jump rope session. Turn! Faster! 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 Slower!
Oh no. Oh no. What are you doing?
All right, this is still too hard.
Oh, I never adjusted that. There's no task to make. Okay, that's why. Make a task, I will happily do it.
I'm sorry.
Yay! Yeah, I'll make those more forgiving.
Yeah, basically it's just the zones should, when you're out of the zone, it shouldn't drop as fast.
Yeah, that was pretty good. There's a couple things, but
yeah,
that was not bad.
All right, these are all pretty small things, so hopefully we can get done with this in like an hour.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, kind of, pretty much. Tomorrow, I would say tomorrow is over after the company plays the game and Tim gets to play and stuff.
Is there anything you're worried about?
Not really. I mean, I think it's great. We just played it earlier. The reason I'm feeling so good about it is because we just played it earlier, and it's really good. It all came together. Yeah, it's a really good prototype.
Oh. Oh man, the screen space reflections.
You didn't have nearly as dramatic arc
No, I'm
this
sorry.
time, Derek.
I'm sorry.
Very disappointed in you.
Yeah, it's okay.
We gave it to us.
Sure. I really
Pass the torch.
Sure, he's fine.
I think Asif slept on the couch, and like that's something I told myself I would never do after Psychonauts 1. And I know he did. I mean, generally you don't want to crunch, right? It's a little different when it's AF and it's over a really short period of time. Overall, like crunch doesn't make for a better product. You want to do this for the team. You want to deliver for the team, and like that's kind of sometimes is a stronger driving goal than the creative nature of the work. And definitely in this one, I really wanted to execute really well for him. But like we need to play through, make sure you can play through a round and it works.
Okay, well, let's just see where we can get real quick, and then people can just make notes.
Like try each machine.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, man, we have it set up to where the entrance to the extruder is like behind, so you can't just throw it all the way.
Right. Oh my God!
No! Oh, good.
Just a little burnt.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Do you guys like the idea of even?
Oh no! Oh my God! All right. That's how that's getting in there. Yeah,
No,
that's
okay,
it.
so the way it works is that it sees if it's inside. But because TK just lets you go fucking through walls, it's like, I'm inside the bowl now.
Man, we made a video game, you guys.
Yeah,
Look.
it's doing stuff.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I would have a lot more to say, but I feel like a little brain dead right now. But trust me, I on the inside, I'm super excited, and this is amazing, and I can't believe we have this much in there. So thanks, you guys. Yeah. God, I'm so tired. But it's cool.
I'm learning a lot about Asif. That guy, God. And just watching him go through this like walk of fire, I like really feel for the guy, and I kind of want to like be like, you can do it. But I think he's getting a lot out of it. I really do.
All right, we'll do it real quick, real quick. We are gonna speed run the shit out of this. Was there anything else in here?
Go to main menu buttons.
You're gonna make this replicate? You didn't? That's fine. I don't care that much.
I don't know how to do that. Fucking don't look at me.
If by any some chance something that something is broken,
It's all amazing. It's wonderful. But yeah, we're done. We're done. It's a grandma's attic. It is basically like end of the project. You kind of shove everything in and you close the door, and no one can open it again. Because if you open it, it'll be like a giant avalanche of garbage that falls in your head, and a bowling ball and a bunch of old clothes and things like that. So you just don't open that.
Oh no! What's the current mood, Asif? What are you doing?
It's 11:13 p.m. on the night before these things are due. Brian is getting as much stuff hooked up as time will permit. I am here for moral support, so I'll see how long I can hold out. What the?
Ta-da! There you go. Happy first game.
Thanks,
Happy
man.
first game.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Woohoo!
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. I thought we were all alone. Where'd you guys come from?
Been here for 2 weeks.
I don't really know how to feel about not working on this anymore and going back to not working on a game. It's a good thing and a bad thing, because this is also extremely stressful, and I don't know how people manage it over longer periods of time with other people's money at stake.
Booze.
You know, yeah, clearly. I mean, I thought it was just a joke, but now I understand why everyone here drinks so much. So, soda.
Yeah, take off. I just submitted.
I actually have a question for you real quick before you go.
About me eating this cake?
No, I wanted to know how I can like grab a texture and like move it around on a smaller piece of geometry. Is that not an easy? Never mind. I didn't ask questions. But yeah, thanks, man. It's been real. Good night.
See ya.
I'm getting delirious now.
You should go home.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix these two things and then
God
I'll
bowls,
leave.
garnish counter.
What?
Are we allowed in the universe?
Oh, I thought you said, are we allowed in the universe? I was like, holy shit.
You know, there's only so much we could do, right?
Have you played it much yourself?
No, I haven't gone back and played it since the thing ended. Right now might be too soon. I have accepted this as just who I am. I will always find some way to like be negative about something. It's a very complex emotion because you come back to your real life after that. That's that sort of feeling. Like, yeah, that was amazing, and I have all these great pictures and videos of it, and then that's it, and then I'm never going back there. That's like a hard thing to deal with, so.
It's time for Amnesia Fortnite.
All right, you only have 2 weeks. Get to work.
I'm pretty much a baby at game design.
See that? Look at that, right there. Look at that.
I mean, I'm not sure it's going to work at all.
Because everything depends on it pretty heavily.
If the second screen does not work, we don't have a game. No pressure.
It's really good. It all came together.
God, I'm so tired, but it's cool.
All right, I'm gonna start the intro. Are we ready to go live? Is everyone emotionally prepared to go live? Hello, really, we're live? Okay. Hello, welcome to the Amnesia Fortnite 2017 closing ceremonies. Now you can clap. Yeah, it's exciting.
We won't see everything you see, and you won't see everything we see. So everybody in the audience can and should play along. So you have to help Tim figure out what the hell he's supposed to do. Everybody had the big kind of cathartic play session with Tim, playing in that giant group live on the stream. And we're jumping rope. Ready?
What?
1.
Yeah! 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 The whole time they're making that game, I heard rumblings like, you're gonna have to play this when it's over. And I was like, I knew they were gonna try to make it as embarrassing as possible and that I would be the butt of it. It was an honor. I felt it was an honor to be someone who they felt could take it. It was just a lot more physically demanding than I realized. I'm not really at my peak aerobic fitness right now. And I was just like, getting up and getting down, I was just like, the big problem was not being embarrassed. And the problem was just like not having a heart attack. I was like all sweating, like, hi, okay, and puppet, and this is, okay.
Too late, you failed. Last one. A little more screaming than I think the game can support. It starts to get hard when it's that many. Towards the end of the stream, I kind of had to get up close to Tim and help like coach him specifically because it was so overwhelming.
Got it, faster, a little faster, a little faster, a little faster, slower, slow it down, 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 slower, a little slower than that, even more slow. Faster, 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 faster. Go, 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 go!
Everything worked really, really well, so I was excited with how it was received.
Well, thanks, guys.
I hope the team is proud of all the stuff, how it came out. Just like a huge amount of variety in there.
Dak McClendon and the I have no idea what I'm doing team. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just working closely with anybody like that, you form a more direct relationship and kind of understand how they like to work and what you might be doing to annoy them and how you could possibly avoid those things in the future.
Well, you know what I actually have is the Amnesia Fortnite survey results.
Oh, yes.
The ways leads could have done better. Be less stressed out.
Oh, you guys are a bunch of jerks.
I'm surprised Carol read all the feedback in the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know she was going to do that beforehand?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she's as Carol will, she put out some stuff more bluntly than I would, just more straightforward, but I think that's fine.
Be less panicky, specifically about technical problems. That seemed to be something where leads were less panicky about design and scope problems and more panicky about technical hurdles that they didn't know how to overcome within the finite period of time. Please have less
A little harrowing, at least, it was for me. I mean, definitely, in retrospect, having watched like the documentaries as they came out, wish I'd handled the stress of it better. Well, no, I mean, this is what you have to do. I was super impressed with the whole tech team and Amy and Aaron and them pulling that stuff off because there was a lot of pressure and I put a lot of pressure on them.
Spawn actor. It's the spawn actor call.
Building of the game is much more a strong memory than the game itself. You make the game and the game goes out and it kind of just lives on its own and it's this thing that's external to you. But the experience of making it is a thing that you live through and that becomes part of who you are. And so making of it a healthy, good environment is super, super important to me. I'd like to do better at that the next time. All right, let's go get beers then.
Works for me.
I mean, Amusement Fortnite is definitely a pressure cooker, and it tests people, but everybody learns something about themselves when they do it. If he learned anything from that, that he wants to apply to Psychonauts, I think that's a win for everybody.
Now it's your turn.
Oh, I have no idea what I'm doing yet. Wrong game.
That was last
No, I'm sorry. Zach has ruined that for everyone forever.
I know, that's what I'm here for, ruining things for everybody.
This is my first actual day back of work.
Already here. Step into Greg's office. It seemed like it went pretty great this time around.
It went great. I have no complaints at all. It was amazing. Because it's a fun little prototype.
Derek Brand,
Hello.
good to see you. How have you been?
Good to see you.
How many people are going to be playing today?
As many as we can get. I think there's 4 people.
And they're going to be in the offices playing
Yes.
Network. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was super fun to watch everyone play it and try to make pots and try to smash each other. It was overall. It was really cool. That was a good payoff moment.
Okay. So one of your team can be just the. Oh, that's a nice view. Look at that.
Yeah, you can watch them battle.
That's crazy. What happened there? What happened there?
Some physics fun. Yeah.
You make a really wobbly, weird one.
Yeah, make a bad one.
If you make one really like unstable looking, it'll kind of wobble.
I couldn't believe what Kiln did as far as just like, hey, well, let's add this one more feature that's super critical, and actually that's what the whole game is about. And the water. Oh, jeez.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, you got 2. He made like a little dish. It's like a cat food dish.
Oh, you hurt your guy. Oh.
Denied.
Why is he so powerful? Is that because he made a low?
Yeah, it's very low and it has a lot of health because it's very wide.
Oh man, what a weird game you've made there.
I know, it's so weird, isn't it?
I like that there's a lot of strategy here because I was like, how is the pot gonna affect the battle? But it was hilarious to watch Derek because the first time he was a project leader, it was kind of like, oh God, I don't know what I can do. I don't know if I can do this. And then he's like, oh God, it's really hard. And then he like pulled through and everyone clapped for him and everyone cried watching the documentary. It was like this underdog. And he's still, because he's so kind of soft-spoken and humble, he always seems like a perpetual underdog. But there's a little bit of this time he's kind of like, you could tell he wasn't worried in a weird way. It was just really inspiring, I think, to see his confidence growing and him put together an idea that was really well thought out. This is crazy. This is really good. This is really awesome.
It
I won't
is
play
very
it.
good. We had an amazing team. I'm just reminded of how much, how badass everyone is. You know, it's just like a reminder of like, holy crap, these are professionals. They're all amazing, and yeah, it's a good reminder.
You know, we asked for sort of like MVPs, and really almost everyone got mentioned in one way or another. Matt Enright, you probably got the most mention. Where are you? Is he here? Not here?
Yeah, it was
Oh, there he is.
It was a thing, a lot of the feedback, a lot of the thanks to different people was like, thanks to so-and-so for putting in all the crazy hours, and thanks to so-and-so for working all night long. And I like, purpose was like, Carol, let's not use that terminology when we thank people, because I don't want to glorify like crunch mode. Like I think a lot of companies is like, yeah, you got to stay up all night, blah, blah, blah. And that's just, I don't think that's really healthy, but I don't know what the solution is because I don't want to ignore the people, working really hard, but I don't want to send the message to everybody else. It's like, by the way, you can't see your family for 2 weeks because you've got to be here because other people are going to be here in 2 weeks. Because that doesn't really fit with the company's values, but it is this limited time period. I don't know. We'll have to have some meetings and figure that out.
Oh, like something bad?
It's not like an open destructive force, and I don't think AF is destructive. I don't think making video games is destructive, but like you can really get consumed by what you believe could be possible. And you have to be careful. I'm getting better at it, but fuck, AF destroyed me, man. It's like I'm really glad I had the help I had. Like Steve and Paul are just amazing.
And really, the audio team, they got a bunch of call-outs as well. Audio really pulled it out of the hat for this one. 70% of you think Kiln should be turned into a game. It won overwhelmingly as the game that we should make.
Oh yeah, that was awesome to hear. The people were like, yeah, let's make this thing. So that's exciting.
I mean, that's just a fact. It's just a data point. A lot of people wonder what happens now. We finished it. Do we make games out of these or not? And a lot of it has to do with the project leader. Like the project leader, if they just can't stop thinking about it, and they keep like, hey, I was working on that game a little bit, and if they keep coming to talk to me about it, it'll be clear that this game has more of a life, and the project leader is really passionate about it, and that we could keep working on it. But some of them got so much attention that it'd be hard to like forget about them.
It feels like a billion years ago, to be honest. Like it happened really. It felt like it lasted forever, and then it was over, and it was only 2 weeks or whatever, and now it feels like it's been months since that happened, but it hasn't really.
Have you thought about it much since?
A little bit. I've also been just trying to focus, get back into my normal day-to-day stuff. It's a weird transition because my role shifts so much. I'm no longer leading, I'm now kind of back where I was before. So that's taken some adjustment. The first few days especially were kind of strange for me. I was just having a hard time focusing. Also because I was still thinking so much about the AF project, new ideas I still wasn't done thinking about where to take that project. So it took a little while for me to get refocused.
Do you find yourself wanting to tell Zach what to do?
Not more than I did before.
Let's start with Darwin's dinner. Devin Kelly Sneed, please. Come sit in the hot seat. Oh, look at that. So how do you feel? How do you feel?
I feel great.
Yeah.
And so they have different traits, like being fast or slow.
Oh my God! This is crazy.
I felt really good. I'm really proud of the game we made, and so it was fun to see it in its kind of finished, prototype finished, but the finished form.
Nice. Wow.
Pro move.
Make fun of Silvio anymore. Oh, tiny baby! It's like a tiny baby.
He's really strong though. Really strong little guy.
Yep. So yeah, the traits are all independent of each other. So like being small or big doesn't mean that it's easier to kill or less dangerous to you. It just changes how much food you get from it.
Oh my God, 93. You can do it. This is the unicorn.
All right.
Yeah.
So now,
Okay.
yes.
I feel like just after playing it a couple times, I didn't quite yet figure out what my strategy should be. But that game is all about feedback, and so learning. I think if I played it a couple more times, I'd learn how to optimize it so I could get past my limit, which is currently like the first day. I haven't gotten past the first day in that game.
Actually, I haven't really seen any feedback other than from when people in the office played it. And some of that feedback was, it's really hard.
I think I got the controls just a bit. I just didn't see I didn't really get a sense for all the monsters, so I want to see.
We tuned it a little too difficult. The game changed drastically over the last, 4 hours of day 10. We didn't really have any way to have a good sense of that. But at the end of the day, I kind of had to just pick some numbers and hope that they were right.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's awesome. That
Cool.
turned out pretty fun, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome Darwin's dinner.
Do you find yourself missing the intensity of those 2 weeks, or are you glad to go back to the normal routine?
I'm not really missing it. I got some experience that I've never had before with leading, also with kind of thinking through a pitch and a concept and how to design the game. So I definitely gained a whole bunch of experience that was new to me. It's pretty awesome.
And it's funny because on this AF, more than any other AF I've seen, I was surprised. I was surprised how people dealt with the pressure. This is kind of an all-new crew for the most part. It's like 40 or 50% is kind of new. And so like getting to know these people, like you get caught. You have to realize it. You have to realize it with them. I don't know. I mean, if you're a creative or if you're into what we're all into, like that's an intoxicating brew. I think it'll be good on Psychonauts 2, especially because I think a lot of people learned who you're working with and like just what kind of people they are, and so I think that's going to kind of solidify the team.
I think that's what I grabbed.
No, yeah. Look, Austin's behind the camera. Back behind the camera. Look at him over there.
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to be practical about my excitement. It's weird to be the subject of something after shooting docs for so long. When I see myself in the thing, I don't really see that as me in a weird way. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like, it just feels like something that happened to some other person. So I'm glad that, people who watched it got something out of it. I can't really reconcile the person that they're talking about with myself.
He was playing for the crowd, though. You could tell in his interviews. He's like, how can I work this? Yeah, the people of the project creators always seem like right on the edge of cracking. It's more fun to watch, right?
I mean, sometimes I get a lot of people asking me about, whether or not I'm okay. Like that day that Ryan wasn't there, like I allowed that to sort of get the best of me and sort of like psych me out a little bit. That part I remember being difficult. I just wanted to like, I don't know, do something that I thought was big and special while I had the opportunity. Because all these people will go back to making games, and I never will. Closer to the end, when like we had our big review meeting, the level was done and like machines were working and like we were playing it in front of our team and like you could hear people get excited about stuff.
Just a little burnt.
That to me was very satisfying because I felt like I was beating myself up a lot about how much I was asking people to do. I didn't know if I was creating this resentment or not, or like if it was somehow demotivating for people to have that much to do. But I think in that meeting, in that moment where people were seeing all the payoff, it was nice to hear that people were still excited by it.
Oh, wow.
The best part of this whole thing was seeing the studio react to the game actually being played on that last day. So.
Awesome. Well, here, look, you did it. You made a game.
Yeah,
right?
We made a game.
Oh, we'll
with
see.
An amazing
We'll see.
team.
Maybe.
It's a game.
All right.
It's a beautiful game.
I like his asymmetric glove. What the heck? All right. Holy cow. It's exciting. Okay. Rail slides.
It had the intended effect, like people were invested in the right moments, in the moments that I had hoped they would be. Like you were saying, when the doors opened up, everyone was rightfully impressed by everything that they saw, like the scope of it, and the quality of the execution visually, and then just the fact that you could play through the round. I think I was very proud of the team and thankful for them for realizing the idea that I had to that degree. I think if I'm going to take a look at this whole experience, that was really sort of the moment that I was aiming for, just because at a certain point I knew that we were not going to have time to really play test the game. So right away I was just like, I had to make peace with the fact that when your average person picks up this game, they're not going to have any idea what they're supposed to do. So I'm really just hoping that this playthrough in front of the team goes well and that there's video evidence of it, because that is sort of like the only way that anyone is going to get a sense of what this game could be, is by watching a very tightly controlled playthrough by someone that knows what they're doing. And luckily, on that day, we had exactly that.
What can you do in 2 minutes?
You might have time for a fish cake? I don't know. You know, the clock was starting to count down.
Oh my God, you forgot the noodles in the ramen! It's not ramen without noodles, Vic.
Just run back and hit the button, don't worry about it. If he dropped something, there was like a big reaction, or like if he fell into the lava, there was another big reaction. Just go the safe way, go the safe way. People were getting really into whether or not Vic was gonna finish it.
8, 7. Wait.
People were like applauding when he finally like managed to deliver the goods and like got a positive rating. So I think seeing that was enough for me. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Let's be hungry team, and Asif, good job. Well done, sir.
Yeah, it was definitely a very just like it was sort of on, then it was off, and then all of a sudden all these people here are, you know, team members on a different game now, and like I have this weird memory where it's like, oh, you were like in this dream that I had, Ryan. We're like, we were making a game together, and now you're just on Psychonauts again. And like I passed by Brian in the hall now, and it's like that was someone that like, for a very intense period of time, we had this like very close working relationship. Yes.
I'm poofed. I'm a goddamn genius.
Oh my God, we can hide anything now. But now there's like this huge distance between us again, like where I'm behind the camera and like he's just working on the stuff that he's working on. And I don't know what he's doing day to day, and he doesn't know what I'm doing day to day. So yeah, I don't know.
Asif, you can't let those relationships go. How is you going to build your empire?
So I have to ask this question with Asif here, but
No, I'll make this more uncomfortable for Asif. That's the main goal.
I don't know. Have you thought about having Asif work on P2 a little bit?
Oh, well, Asif knows that we've thought about that.
We have a Bucky Young intern build some levels for us.
I think we're going to do that.
Yeah.
That's
Sounds like a great idea. Let's do it.
Okay. Asif has been kind of hard to keep down, and trust me, we have tried. We've tried to keep Asif down with his ideas, and he just keeps generating ideas. It's like a leaky hose. You just got to plug them in somewhere, so that all those leaks go somewhere, right, Asif?
And, like I also get a couple of people asking me whether or not like I'm gonna switch over and like start working on projects here, and like Anna came up to me the other day and she told me, she's like, Asif, I had a dream where like you quit Double Fine and 2-Player and you started your own game studio, and I was like, I'm not even crazy enough to dream that. No, but it was awesome. I mean, people did amazing work, that they were excited about it and like gave me so much support. That's like something that I will never forget. Even if I never get to do anything else again, I'll always have this. Yeah. Made a game for a little bit.
Hello. Welcome to Psychonauts 2.
I am back just in time.
I know. Yeah, we don't have an art director.
I think we decided on drunk.
Yeah, the drunk one.
When he's sober, he's haunted, but when he's drunk, it's like a drowned world. All the ghosts get washed away and he can tolerate it.
We can't have scale things. Like, I think I need to, like, axe that.
At what point do we need to address the camera a little bit more, too?
Everything always looks weird every frame because of the world that you've chosen.
It seems like it's just a problem that's not solved yet, not a problem that's unsolvable.
It's time for Amnesia Fortnite.
Because these people will go back to making games, and I never will.
This is what you have to do.
Well, no, I mean, this is what you have to do.
Zach has ruined that for everyone
I know,
forever.
I know, that's what I'm here for, ruining things for everybody. And then the other thing I wanted to say, post AF for everyone is, I would like to see also if we can start moving at a little faster pace. I think the amount of time we spent on Bob Z conceptually is fine. Like I don't feel like it was wasted time or anything, but I do feel like we could be making quicker decisions about stuff and getting things up and running and in the engine and working front to back a little faster than we have on previous levels. And hopefully people are kind of inspired by progress during AF to make that possible, because the main thing right now is not to make a perfect level, but to get an idea of what we're building. I don't feel like the Psychonauts team is quite moving as fast as I know we could be. It's hard to do when you're on a project that's 3 years long or whatever, to keep up the pressure of decision making. And AF, day by day by day, you see the impact of every decision you do or don't make, because the turnaround time on that thing is so short that you're like, okay, I'm making a decision here, and it's going to land 2 days later. Or the whole thing's going to go off the rails. And just in an environment where those time frames are much, much longer, it's harder to keep that frame of mind. I think we're just very careful on the helmet and early Bob levels of like, is this the right decision? And so things have been a little tentative and not moving quite at the pace that I think they could. So if you feel like we're churning because people are asking you to keep thinking about high-level ideas, then we should figure out how to make some decisions and move forward, because I feel we've definitely not made decisions on stuff and it's taken a long time. So I'd rather make some quick decisions and move forward, and then if we decide we want to change it later, we can.
For Bob Z, yeah, it got really desperate towards the end of the concepting phase. We had a bunch of brainstorming meetings where every brainstorming meeting we tried to leave the meeting with a concept we all agreed on.
A withered plant world that you're like bringing back to life. And he's been like cutting it back and cutting it back and cutting it back and keeping it like all tiny and bonsai'd up.
And then like 10 minutes after the meeting, we'd be like, no, we can't do that, that's awful. Like we ended one meeting thinking about like the dishes in a sink idea. And it was just bad.
Yeah, I think this particular concept was interesting in that it uncovered an important value for Tim for the level, which is that it was very important for him to have it be based in reality in some form.
A thing.
Yeah, because for us it was like, well, everyone likes the concept, like why can't we go forward on this? And that was like, that's why we kind of had to go back to the drawing board. But now that is known,
yeah, I mean,
that's
I don't think that was just a Tim value. I think that was there was a set of unarticulated values about what makes a good brain that we just hadn't written down. Yeah. And in general, if something is not good, we should be able to articulate why it's not good. And if we want it to be better, we should be able to articulate like what it would look like to be better. And if I can't do that, then tell me I'm being bad at my job and I need to figure it out. And if Tim can't do that, is my job to extract that from him, not your job. So none of you all are paid to be mind readers.
There's a little bit of divining.
There's a little bit of divining, but like I just don't want y'all wasting time on that.
Agreed.
Yeah. So
I just mean that there's an approval bottleneck, which is
I
look forward to helping you solve it.
Nap time. Hi, Andy. Andy's here.
I'm here. Yesterday I wasn't here, and today I am. Starting today. So I'll be kind of rolling on, talking to people, doing some meetings with Tucker and Gavin, and we'll see what goes from there. And as I will now be on this project.
Hooray!
Thank you.
So there's a little like bronze wire farm or bronze wire mine.
Mm-hmm.
So you see all these broken bridges and there are pieces of bronze wire.
That's a cool idea. That they would like weave it back together using the bronze
so
wire.
Like, all right, well this broke, but we're gonna put this here so that people can. Whoa, you can stand on wires right now. I don't know why that is, but I should have just pressed creepy button. So I pitched the bonsai idea right before a break, and it no one ever brought it up again. We're off to the races with the bonsai idea, which was probably not the best way to come upon an idea for the level.
Like in a big, giant, cool, lush, miniature tree. You get what it is, and I think they'll be everywhere. There'll be the presence of the leaves and the branches, and those will always be sort of like going down. And I think the downward motion of like you're sort of delving further and further and further into the root of this tree and the root of his problems, like that downward motion is super important.
So yeah, this is where we're at.
One of the things that I've noticed as you've been running through here is that other than the rails, all of the paths are very terrestrial, like you're running on ground.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like, especially on the top level, there's like lots of bridges that connect everything up.
Mm-hmm.
Are those going to be there alone? Are there going to be action paths that connect you between places? Like what's your intention for how the player gets to move around?
because we haven't gotten to that level of scanning yet.
It feels like the action path related stuff is just sort of like as the structure of
As
the
it
level
keeps
gets more
developing,
developed, work on that stuff, because I feel like the next big thing is sort of like, what is the quest flow? How do these areas connect to each other? How does the flow of the water work and the flooding and unflooding?
And this level is definitely probably the biggest bummer level, like whichever way we go with it.
So far.
So far.
We have just gotten started.
There's still time.
On the bummers. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's been through, Bob's has been through a lot of different iterations. It was like a Venetian village and like a big pillar in the sky and then a terrarium and then bonsai. I don't know. I think bonsai may have come from Levi. I don't know. And the truck is leaning on a stack of dirty dishes.
Oh, dishes are back.
Oh, we use it all, yeah.
Nice.
And the whole thing is deep fried.
Oh, God. Oh, that was a failure.
There's one.
There was no deep fried.
No deep fried yet.
I think that's my favorite one. Which is like, that's a strong thing in real life. Like a lot of things went bad on one day, but it feels a little like diluted.
Diluted, not dilute. Yes.
Sorry, Dad.
No. I was clarifying. I was fair.
Yeah, it just feels a little like.
It's always been, to me, it's always been about the flooding and the unflooding. And that's going to take a lot of work to get to prove that out. I booted up Wet Dry World, by the way, and started playing that. I was like, I wonder just to see if it was running. Well, I wanted to see if I could get it running before I had anyone watching me. But it's really much harder than I remember that.
All of Mario
the whole
64
game
is
was
much harder than you remember.
Because you have to be the camera
Yep.
like hates you, and you have to be in the right place, and then these little guys just blowing flame on you. But there's still some. They had the floating things that you can probably imagine that use to solve puzzles. There's also like a big shaft of mesh that has a door in the bottom, but you have to blow up a crate. But you have to have it dry so you can blow up the crate, and then you have to have it flooded so you can swim up the unclimbable shaft.
Yeah, I mean, Wet Dry, they get a lot more mileage out of Wet Dry World because Mario can swim.
And when we had this directive right from the beginning of Bob Z that was like, we want to do a water level where it's like you're underwater sometimes, like a Wet Dry World from Mario. And we probably should have sat down and been like, is this actually fun? Do we have the ideas we should have for this idea? Raz can't go underwater. He can't go in water. So now you type in whatever path you want it to go to. So let's say M3, water path M3, and the level kind of tilts appropriately.
Whoa.
So the affected one's tilted in the
Wait,
correct
did you
way.
connect Google Docs and Unreal, or are you just
No,
using that as a guide to
it's
know
just
what
a
to type?
guide.
Oh, I thought you someone clicked on a link in Google Docs and it affected your level. I was like, you guys are getting really good at Unreal.
So those trees, the tree pieces don't move yet, but yeah, so I press B1, so now it tilts over there and then over there. In reality, 2 of the bottom level things would be on at a time, but this is perfectly fine for testing, I think.
Oh, God damn it all to hell. Can I go down here?
Oh, sure, I guess.
Oh.
It's fun that you're a programmer, because it's like, you should fix this.
Devin. Whoa. Cool. I really don't like the trampolines.
Wait, what do you like about the trampolines?
Like, oh, I'm going so fast. Now you're not.
Sure.
It feels bad.
That's true.
It's
But
like
make it better.
sticky. It's
You're
also
making
not
the
me.
game.
It's also not me.
Hey, Tim.
Wait, he's holding a light bulb. Metaphor.
Hey, guys.
Austin, you're not allowed to laugh when you're the cameraman.
Yeah,
Maybe when you're on camera as a
listen.
level designer.
Oh, God, Amy. That's not good.
Don't. Oh, fuck.
Fucking hell, man.
It's because it only works with static objects.
Wait, this isn't a static object?
No, it's gonna move. Also, all these wires.
This?
Yeah.
It turns out what James actually wants in reality is like significantly more complex. Just now, I've asked James, what's the intention in terms of like when it's tilting on its side and the whole world is tilting? How is this going to work?
Right. That was the main stuff.
Kind of there.
Okay. Well, we'll see. And we'll talk about it. Tazi is working on cool stuff.
Yes.
So you have that in your back pocket. But definitely for like the Bobsy stuff, when it's on like tight kind of deadlines like that, we should, anything comes out of the meeting should be tasked out for those guys.
Yeah.
So we'll be sure to do that going forward. And then we are moving, production-wise, we're moving into our first playable phase, which is where we try and get one level kind of to an arted, kind of pretty state, where you can play through it with as many features as we can get in. Hopefully testing out our cinematic pipelines, dialogue, stuff like that. So lots of planning for that going on too.
Cool.
wanted to get together and talk about first playable stuff. So we should choose what we're doing very carefully, because I do think it's important to get the game all working in one place. However, I think it's important for us to get the game successfully working all in one place, and also increase the team's momentum and delivery accuracy, I guess. And people are committed to it, and it's not, hey, we need to do this amount of work in this amount of time, do your best, because that's what we're doing kind of right now, and people are doing their best, and we're under-delivering. So because we will be dogpiling this thing, it would be really good if we could just knock the shit out of it.
So I mean, I think we should take a whack at the actual like
flow,
what the game would be saying to you at that point,
Right.
even though it's going to change, like because that'll help us see if it works. And so yeah, even in the little first playable, I feel like you can tell a little story because it's going to be a demo.
Right.
It's going to end with an explosion of some kind, right?
We'll throw a car at your face. I mean, I don't know
Even
if
like Train Simulator, Microsoft would be like, "Can you end this demo with an explosion?" I'm like, sure. I'm really excited because we have been doing pre-productions for so long on the game, and everything's like been planning and getting things, building the team, getting things organized, and doing roughs and white boxes. And we've done some art tests, but this is the first asset, this large environment that we're building that we're not going to throw away.
If this is the
I think we should
right.
go
So
big shot.
the thing starts. Raz goes whoa, and then it looks around. There's a
Gotta write that down.
intern, right?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Like this is the game is going to have this in it. This is the game. So we're making the game, and it's going to be polished. Like a lot of stuff, you rough in, it's not polished. And this time we're going to like make Raz move right, and we're going to make his psychic powers look right, and we're going to make the world look right and play right, and it's going to be fun.
Ryan asked me to help out as I had the time to, like whenever I could, just like learning like basic white boxing stuff and placing assets and things like that. And that was mostly just making like test levels and like metrics levels basically so that designers could have like a universal set of numbers to work from for all that kind of stuff before they started building levels.
Have you been doing stuff on Psychonauts since then? Well, no one tells me anything. What have you been working on?
Test levels.
What? No one showed me? Why didn't you tell me? Like a metrics room? You're making a metrics room? Like, you got some good ideas, kid. Go make a metrics room.
And then Asif will be getting his next task this week and move on to that task. That's everybody. Thank you. Great Monday. Yay, Monday.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know you were doing that. Apparently, Asa's on the project. Okay, one of the project leaders from Ninja Fortnite did a really solid job. And so we brought him on the project and gave him some work that we can cut later. I look forward to seeing your amazing jumps.
There's some pretty sweet jumps in there.
Even with everybody dogpiled on something content-wise, we still are not the fastest moving team in the world. And the brain team is kind of still getting their feet wet and figuring all that stuff out. Should we be doing a small section of hub, which compartmentalizes a little better, because Bob Z is hard to compartmentalize because it's this big open level, and it would be the two most senior level developers just like kicking the crap out of it and sort of showing like what success looks like for that. What do people think? Is that the right thing to do? Like doing a hub section as opposed to the Bob Z section?
My biggest concern with Bob Z is that they still don't know the primary sort of gameplay mechanic, how it's going to actually impact the level in terms of the water flowing through there.
Which you should figure out during White Box, and I have faith they will figure it out. But like we don't know the impact of it in terms of cost on the team.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I think the quarry itself is just, we'd have to build the HQ, and we still don't know what that effing thing looks like. So I think that's something that would be a big hurdle.
Let's figure that out. Yeah. Okay. I think probably it's at the point where Levi should be able to spare some time from Bob Z.
Okay.
Because they're.
I'll talk to Levi then.
Like a Rubik's Cube?
Yeah, this is more like, what's it called, museum?
Scared, like the watching brain.
Yeah, I really like this one. This is partially submerged, right? It's still in the water, right? Maybe the water line comes across here or something like that. You can see it extending down.
And then at the end, the whole thing detaches and flies away.
Like, that's this for it.
Yeah.
It does. And the other thing is like the Bob Z level team has been thinking about their level being the one that's going to be focused for the first
Change
playable.
plans. Yeah, that I mean, we can talk to them. I'm not worried about that one way or the other. We're going to do what's right for the project.
Okay.
That doesn't. Yeah, that's not. There is a component of that which is like I would rather have the more senior team on the hook for this. That I would not communicate to them because I don't think that's a very particularly great. That doesn't help them in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But I think there's plenty of other reasons to do it that makes sense.
Okay.
So sounds good. All right.
I'm pretty excited to see some of these systems that's on here. That's like, oh, we've been needing to do that. We need to do that.
Yeah,
it's going
me
to be
too.
really good to see it online.
And we would be building the end of the initial demo that never got built.
That's true. So do you want TK with that ropes?
We should still have them. They're totally broken. They're code routed right now, right? Probably. They are totally code routed. Move that over to now. We're gonna start talking about doing the hub. First pass of basic economy stuff like pickup and loot drops, getting a version of the quest system in, getting one cutscene, a TBD cutscene with just scratch dialogue in and functional triggers from the game.
And our first playable in the first game was kind of a disaster. we got a really early version of Glorious Theater up, but we had like a little bit of rolling on the ball done, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then we had some enemies, and our whole take on the pacing of everything was just really off. Like, we made the ball really, really big, and it moved really slow because that was the original version of it, and then the side blast was really unsatisfying, and the enemies were just the little flower girls. Microsoft wanted to concept pitch it, so we pitched it to people, and they loved the concept, and they're like, show us the game. And then everyone was really happy, and then we turned on the game, and you just see everyone just kind of sour, like, this isn't all what you said this was going to be. And we were just felt it. We just felt it, failing in that first playable. So already the game was in much better shape than that.
Originally, we had talked about doing this in the Bob Z level. And we were going to do that up until like yesterday, basically. It has all kinds of crazy water gameplay that needs a little bit more time to bake. And I think if we tried to polish that up in the next 2 months, I don't think we'd be successful.
It's a toughie. It's a tough cookie. But I think we're making progress, right, Jeremy?
What?
Yep.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
and
have
then
any
blend it like
technical
terrain.
advice. It's just it needs to feel miniature.
Is it supposed to be bark?
It's supposed to be the surface of a bonsai tree. So like that, like
Okay.
macro photography.
So we're kind of
like,
on the same page then. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so this all takes place on a bonsai tree. And as we got further into white boxing, we discovered that maybe everyone wasn't sold on the miniaturization stuff. So what we're working on right now is kind of a materials test world to test out all of that stuff and make sure everyone loves the way it looks in action. Because concept art wasn't doing it. Luckily, I don't really have to worry about that. It's like a Jeremy problem.
What? Wait, when you say actual terrain, you mean like Unreal terrain?
Yes. For the platform parts.
For the platform parts, because that's the like density of detail that you're gonna need.
I guess I'm kind of out of my comfort zone right now, just because like I haven't like done art in so long.
Hey, so can anyone answer this question? Can we open up the material test room and start reviewing stuff in context there? Okay, so let's just take a look at that. So the floor texture thing is one of the big things that you're working on. So like the major thing to look at right now is the actual little porcelain buildings, which are not quite there. Yeah, I mean, it also just does not read as a miniature. Like the exaggeration of like the glaze, the bulbousness of the glaze, and the fineness of the cracks.
Yeah, I
like
saw
it
that as
does
well.
not does not read as small at all.
Yeah, the level just feels like it has too many scales. So you have like bonsai tree is like a miniature tree. Then we're doing like a miniature raz on a miniature tree, and then there are these porcelain figures which are miniature even for porcelain figures, and then there's big buildings that are like bigger than they would be in real life. It was just there are too many scale references going on, so we're trying really hard to get it down to one so it's super understandable. And that's what Jeremy and Levi and Tazi are working on for the most part.
The thing that we're talking about doing for like this kind of big town square is as though it was like a chunk of the tree where the bark's worn away and some dirt has settled there. So it's a mix of, I mean, Levi did a paint over that we can look at real quick actually, just to get Tim on board with where we are. Boop.
I'll never be on board with this idea. I'm just creating an arc for the documentary.
Yeah, so it's the idea that it's kind of like going around there.
Cool.
Yeah.
That is a cool rock.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think it's starting to get really, really cool. And actually, do you have the water droplet on your machine just to bring? I just wanted to show Tim real quick, and then it goes.
Well, that's neat. Look at that.
It's like in the Hub 1 test world.
All right, maybe it needs a little less angular dampening.
It's fine. It's fine.
Here. Yeah.
That's
But it's
fun.
proof of concept.
You trap people in it. Just drown people.
You drown people.
Small people just
And just
drown
put it right
them.
over their
I
head.
like.
That's neat. That's good.
In order for like the level to sort of function and read as what it's trying to be, we needed a little bit more sort of advanced structure, something that was communicating the bonsai-ness of the level, which was pretty key. Like essentially some weird problems that we had to solve. And I got involved pretty early on to start looking into sort of specifically water effects, because we knew that we wanted water to be a really big part of that level. So one of the things was there's this feature in Unreal called distance fields. We can use it to deform the sphere so it feels like it has surface tension and it's reacting to the ground. Your eye just accepts it as like, oh yeah, that's just totally water. That's the way water works. And you can see, yeah. Why am I telling you guys how to break it? But you can see it also reacts a little bit poorly to things being in the foreground. So you can see, like, around Raz, this little halo, because he's totally in that map.
Oh, okay. It almost looks like you're seeing a reflection of him in there, though.
Yeah, totally, right? I'm still uncertain because we're not at all finished with the way water is going to function at the level, and there's still like a lot of unanswered questions.
Yeah. So a couple of things that jump out at me when you're trying to sell a small scale. So looking at that, say, I'm assuming that's wood.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm sure there's microscopic wood grain that if you were tiny you would see, our human brains just assume that the wood grain will be at a bigger scale. Like that's to me is like tiled to me point. Like I would expect to see a wood knot like you would get on a board, but it'd be giant, right?
You need a pen?
Where'd it go? It's heavy.
Thanks. Well, right now, it's kind of scary right now because we have a lot of shit to do and we don't have a full team to do it. It's just like, I guess finding people is hard. Like, we don't have an art director yet. That's really crazy to me. I mean, that's like one of the cool things about working here is like, they don't just hire people. I mean, like, it's tough because like we don't have the people we need, but also when they do hire someone, like there's no problems working with them because they went through that whole vetting process. Like, I worked at EA before, and they would just hire like the best people to do the best job or whatever. But man, sometimes it was so hard working with those people. Like we go to lunch and just bitch about people the whole time. They just want this fucking awesome guy doing this VFX, but then you have to fucking work with other people, and then it becomes a nightmare. Yeah. So I mean, it's tough because we don't have the people we need, but it's also nice that when we do get someone, that they're fucking awesome to work with. So that's cool.
There are definitely times where you can feel that we're missing an art director, but there's a lot of talented artists in the studio and a lot of like really good opinions. And you do, at some point, you do kind of want to stop stubbing temporary assets in and want to be able to say, this is like at least close to where we're headed. And then just today, I added this very important feature where you can bloop them together, and if I can aim, also break them apart.
Yes.
Aren't you afraid of water?
But there's surface tension, so it doesn't hurt you until it bursts. Come on! So, Quarry.
Yeah, it's very, very bright. It's really warm out here, I guess. I don't know.
Also, trampolines with sound are so much better. Look at that.
Yep.
That video game just happened there. That was great. And then there's a button.
Oh my God. With actual interactivity?
What?
This is insane.
Oh.
And the ladder doesn't appropriately update, and the tightrope doesn't either, so we'll fix those things.
Look, it's fine.
And make them better.
You fixed it.
That's not good.
That's jumping. That just happened. I've never seen that before. This is exciting. New feature is happening all the time.
Oh, breakables.
And we just broke a thing and got experience out of it.
Aaron did breakables and loot tables, so those things drop stuff that you can pick up and they break, and we'll be able to make more breakable stuff.
That's a bad camera, but it will be a lot better in the future.
Cameras are tricky. Yeah, so it was kind of a joke for a while on the team about designating like what programmer was going to end up working on the camera system because nobody really wanted to.
The only thing is that stuff gets really hard, really fast. Like trying to do some procedural, like, oh, it always leads the player, or it always goes off
I'm
to the
aware it
side,
is a complicated thing because camera systems are notoriously difficult to do well. If a camera is done really well, you don't really notice it.
Unreal comes with a third-person camera out of the box.
It does. It comes with a third-person follow camera, but it's very, very simple. It doesn't really handle any of the weird situations you get into. It pretty much just says, hey, like, here's the character. We're going to look at the character and be a certain distance away, and like that's it.
If the game is moving the camera around when the player didn't expect it, it may suddenly jump off the side that you weren't planning on.
So it's kind of interesting because there's a lot of pressure to do well, but it's sort of a thankless job.
Cameras are complicated.
They are. They are complicated.
I made a spring-based camera system and quickly found that that was likely going to make people nauseous and have other problems. So I'm going to scrap that.
Do you ever need someone to bomb test your camera?
I promise. If you want to take a look at it, I'll show you. I promise it would be unpleasant.
She meant your brother.
So here, for example, you can see how when Raz jumps, there's that white sphere that follows him up. And it shows that his position is moving, but we are not moving the camera here. This is a good example of not trying to make people sick, where if you jumped, and every single time you jumped, the camera kind of jumped with you, that would get really, really old really quickly. This is where we want to give a wider view. When you're climbing, it would be kind of annoying to have the camera in so close. There's the camera manager that I wrote doing a smooth interpolation between two different places. And I also know it's a big responsibility. It's an important part of the game, and so I want to do a good job at it. And I want to be able to put the game out and not have to worry about reviewers or people playing the game complaining that it's difficult to control the camera.
What? Almost done. Remember this notebook? I got it on the broken page, but I just got to finish it. It means I haven't been doing enough free writing. That's cool how much platforming stuff it's already up and running. Developing platform is like a million tiny little things. And so until you get them all done, which is like the end of the project, It just never, it's always kind of hard to get around. It feels kind of chunky, but it feels pretty good. Like you can go from piece to piece without getting stuck in the geometry. And I wonder if I'm supposed to go down here. I don't like that popping side balloon. The first game lasts forever, and I understand why that's a problem for platforming. I just think it's not fun right now that it doesn't last at all. Maybe because I've been playing a lot of Zelda, and I paraglide everywhere, just because it's more fun. I mean, I feel, you know, the first playable level is a real world level, and the platforming feels really good on it, so I feel good about that. And so we just have to, you know, hit that milestone now with a mental world. We don't have that yet. We don't have a mental world where you're feeling like you're having surreal fun yet. They're all very, you know, Bob's is still in the white box phase and has iterated a lot. And that's the farthest ahead of all the mental worlds.
So this level's ended up being significantly bigger than Helmet's level, because this is kind of the footprint of the level proper, and then these are all the buildings that you go into in the level, so kind of accidentally made like 6 levels. I guess, but if the idea is that we're trying to get rid of like an entire set. And we'd still want the optional stuff.
Yep. Yes, it will.
Well, here's the
We'll work
thing.
on representing
Well,
that.
here's the thing is that, like, I don't think it makes sense to do the water before we have the branches, and the branches aren't going to get done until, like, Jeremy has a lot of work to do. Yeah, because the alternative is like just waiting for them to finish what they're doing, which isn't really an option. There's the possibility that whatever we land on will like drastically change the shape and geometry of the level, so that's kind of terrifying. But
Are you used to that at this point,
it's weird doing it from behind, where I'm like still working on something that I feel like is going to be cut. Don't laugh at me, Emily. Why are you laughing? Shut up, guys.
We don't just get to keep taking time infinitely. There's a point where we have to draw a line. A big part of it is everybody thinks it's overscoped. We just don't know what to do about that.
Well, we know it's overscoped. We need some data on how much.
How much, yeah.
So that we can cut intelligently and not just be like, it's too big, drop it all up.
Sure.
At what point do we kind of go, all right, Bob Z is representation-ish. Yeah. Let's get moving on to the next one.
Each level is its own different thing. And some come together quickly and some don't. Sometimes you get an idea and it takes you getting all the way 2/3 of that idea before you go, oh, this isn't gonna work. It's just not gonna work. We thought that we could have this thing that would look this way at this point, and it took us all the way getting there to realize, oh, it's not gonna work. Is there a way that you maybe could have figured that out? I don't know. Maybe. But sometimes you have to bring it to that point to realize it's just not gonna work the way you intended it to be. So, okay, how do you fix that? How do we change it? And sometimes you have to take the time to go, okay, scratch it. We'll try something else.
The situation we're in with Bob Z, there's going to be overlap. I mean, the reason this is happening is because James is essentially done with gameplay elements of Bob Z.
Not yet. No.
The only thing that I have been, it's communicated to me, he's finishing up the puzzle work.
Yeah, like he's finishing up his first implementation of that, but we need to review it and then get feedback.
The next brain will be Hollis's brain, which I think, unless we've changed it, is still a brain about addiction.
Schedule-wise,
yes,
this sprint was more supposed to kick that off.
Right. That's totally fine.
It is absolutely concerning, and if we want to, our option is to start the concept phase to just get that going, because James right now does not have enough work to fill up his 2 weeks.
We can definitely
on Bob Z.
What are you actually advocating for?
This level's gone on for eternity, and this meeting will probably determine whether or not it'll keep going for more than a week or so. I'm trying really hard to convince Ryan and Zach that it doesn't need to go on for longer than a week.
Doesn't?
Does not. Hopefully coming to the last week of action path work. I hope. I pray.
Well, we should keep reviewing it to make sure that's the case.
Okay.
So I haven't had a chance to play through it in a while. What state is it at for all the tilting being represented in representative?
The puzzles are stubbed in. The
Okay.
tilting does not work because we need tree pieces. And that is not on the top of Jeremy's task list.
Okay.
But I
'Cause I'd like to
assume-
get out of representative with that stuff being like also representative.
I think everyone on the team is really tired. Cam, are you tired?
No.
There's the theater interior.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we also can cut areas that are done. Like, sad as it is, like, it may still be the right decision to cut an area that already is at representative. Like,
Sure. I don't know the 2 or 3 that are done.
sure. No, I'm just saying that when you're considering cuts, how almost done something is often a real sunk cost fallacy, just because how done, like, the reality of it is the amount of done that anything in our video game is right now is very little compared to how much work we're gonna have to do.
Yeah,
on it.
totally.
And so there may be a place where, like, sadly, that you've already like done a representative pass on, but it's actually.
The first thing you do in any game, the first thing you do when you enter the games industry is you should be cut. First thing I did was ship combat in Monkey Island, cut. Because it teaches you not to get attached to anything.
Ship combat?
Yeah. Remember the ship combat in Monkey 1?
Mm-mm.
And that's because they caught cut. It was great. And Ron saw that my star was rising too fast, and he's like, we're going to cut your shit. And he did. And now I'm going to do it to James.
Alternatively, we can sit down, ballpark it, and just cut some shit from the hip. Like, that's the other alternative. If we don't feel like we have the ability to actually estimate what this level is going to take us to build, that's bad, and we should fix that problem. But we can also just do it, gut check it.
Since I don't know Unreal that well, I just open up the file and I just start deleting
Yeah.
things. You guys just have to deal with it. Like, I don't know what that is.
We yell stuff when we think it's the right size.
I mean, when I was listening to all this, I was kind of like, well, if you keep all the examples involve you cutting it by 50%, when is going?
I think we haven't quite gotten where we need to be creatively with them, and we'll probably come back later on and layer on more crazy ideas.
Cool. Thank you, everybody.
Video games, freshly made.
I do think the levels come a long way.
I do too.
It absolutely has.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I do think some crazy shit is going to happen over the process of making this game. But
Yeah.
We're having this as our birthday meeting. Not birthday meeting, that's a terrible name. This is not the first meeting of the month, but we're pretending it is because we missed the rest of them. But so it's birthday time. July birthdays. July birthdays are. So that means. Thank you, Anna. That means we're gonna have cake in the kitchen after. People. And the rest of the meeting is going to be talking about my birthday and all my thoughts about being super old. But today is the actual 50th birthday of Rusty. Rusty, where are you? There you are. Happy birthday. Yeah, happy birthday, sir. We'll sing later. 50 years old. Yeah. Isn't that a ridiculous age for someone to be this terrible?
You got called out during SDF this week.
Oh, shut up.
It's going to be, I can't imagine being that old for another 2.5 weeks. I will not have any idea of what that's like.
Not yet. He's not yet. I think he managed to mention that I was 50 about 5 times throughout the day because he's not yet by about 2.5 weeks. Yeah. They'll never let me forget it.
Do you ever take time to reflect on your history of employment here?
Every day at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
It kind of goes like this.
That's just my nap, Levi.
I wish I could think of something special to do on my 50th birthday, because I remember when I was a kid reading Kurt Vonnegut, it was like, and for his 50th birthday, he set all his characters free, and he stopped writing about the same old characters, and he started writing about new characters, and I was like, what should I do? We have been talking about, on the actual birthday of the company, the 26th of July, going on a historical mission of crawling through every bar that we've named a project after. Lipo is our very first codename of our very first project. This is the codename for Psychonauts.
Never heard of it. What's that?
Let's go. We have done it kind of before. There's a lot, for people who don't know, we codename a lot of our projects after Chinatown bars.
Grasslands was our codename for Psychonauts 2. Who knows if that'll happen? If that happens, we'll call it Grassland.
And we have sometimes tried to go to every single one of them on a single night, and we've mostly done it. Yeah, a lot of history, So.
I would like to see also if we can start moving at a little faster pace.
So I pitched the bonsai idea right before a break.
It's supposed to be the surface of a bonsai tree, so like that, like macro photography.
I do think some crazy shit is going to happen over the process of making this game, though.
Move that over to now. We're gonna start talking about doing the hub. Look at that.
Yep.
That video game just happened there. That was great.
This is the first asset that we're building that we're not gonna throw away. Like, this is the game is gonna have this in it. This is the game. So we just have to hit that milestone now with the mental world.
We'll get it filled up.
It's our wedding gift to you. Don't worry.
Right.
Yeah. We'll give you for the next 5 minutes.
Until you get back here.
Hi, I'm Jeremy.
Jeremy friends.
Welcome, Jeremy. Yesterday I went to the beach. But today I'm gonna just get kind of caught up with everything and figure out what I'm gonna be doing and find out how to help make this game.
Yeah. Psychonauts needs a lot of people to get finished.
Staffing up.
Jeremy French's first day is today. We call him Little Ray because he looks like Ray. No, we don't call him that, but we can't call him Jeremy because we already have like 18 Jeremys at the company. So he's gonna be doing art.
Welcome. Zara's here. She's new, our new 3D modeler. Welcome.
Zara's kind of newish. Zara came from, actually we've been meeting her for years at PAX. She would come to like our booth at PAX and talk about getting a job as an artist, and we were like, yeah, well, here's some tips, and then eventually we were just like, oh, whoa, hey, okay, she grew her portfolio over all those years, and then he hired her, and Dave says she's doing a really good job modeling Gisu.
I was doing this for nuts. Did you get that on?
Esther, who's
Gisu?
new name?
She's called Gisu.
Gisu.
That was Zara's pick for a name, as far as like a young, energetic, skateboarding teenager.
G-I-S-U?
G-I-S-U.
Okay, cool. Gisu, you mind just editing that, yeah?
I didn't name her. I suggested the names to Tim. I think it was my first week or second week. I got an email from Tim and said, hey, we have this character.
But there's inspired by like that video of the Afghan girls who had a skate park.
Oh, that's cool.
There's some fun videos of them learning how to skateboard and stuff. I mean, it came from, wanting to have the interns come from all over the world. The idea for Gisu came about, and it's a challenging one because we wanted to get it right. Whenever you take someone from another culture and put them in this game, you don't want to just grab a whole handful of stereotypes and throw them in. And it was great to have Zara on the staff and just be able to talk to her about her experience growing up in Iran.
he only asked me about names, but he was so open, and I gave him a lot of suggestion about like her costume and clothing and
Official first cosplay.
It gets into like there's a lot of complexities about whether the character should wear a headscarf or not. You know, that's how do you treat that? What does that headscarf mean to different people? To some people, it's really positive. To some people, it's a negative. And you know, what do we want to do? What's right for that character? You know.
maybe she's homesick because she's an intern and somewhere else. Sometimes she does it, but things like that.
Oh, character stuff. So Scott has been hard at work getting characters for first playable. A near final version of our first intern, based on a lot of feedback, including some feedback from Sarah, which has been great. She will be skateboarding around in a vignette in the first playable, so that will be really cool.
It makes you feel amazing that you work with professional people, that they don't care about like what level you are and when you started and any of those. They just think about like, if that person says something that it seems right, maybe we should listen. Feel amazing working here, you know?
And she's going to go into the game for this quarry they're working on. Is that exciting?
So excited.
Awesome. That's going to be exciting. Okay, let's talk about Psychonauts 2.
Psychonauts 2.
Last week.
We are working towards our first playable milestone, which is a big polished chunk of real-world gameplay in the quarry. And we're having actually an internal team play test for that tomorrow at the end of this sprint. All right. You're playing a video game. You're playing a video game. All right. Who's found? Oh no! Is it plugged in? It's not plugged in. Solved it.
Have we started? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, we wanted to create, well, we were working on one particular area in the hub, and it's the focus area for the first playable, and we wanted to start playtesting, like actually playtesting with the team.
Still pretty rough, but it's an endearing sort of rough.
You know, it's really early on, so there's definitely a lot of polish, you know, in the moves, in the way that he moves and stuff, but it's really promising.
No. Why? There's a lot of little things that... There's a lot of stuff to do. It's a very full experience right now. Like, everywhere you go, there's like another path, which is kind of overwhelming, but I think it's good overall. So I'm trying to give it a little more... What the fuck was that? Was I... what? Okay, so, what?
When I'm playing it, I'm thinking about how hard it is going to be to make the game also. Yeah. And I keep thinking, are we going to be able to pull that off again, you know?
But it all feels really good.
So if you're still playing, you've done your part. And you can move on to filling out the survey. Please, 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 please fill out the survey.
But it's really funny because like Jeremy Mitchell was asking for one area. He pulled me over and he was complaining about a particular crime that I did in the level, and he asked me just point blank. He was like, "What were you trying to do?" And I explained it to him, and he's like, "Oh, that's fine. That'll work fine. Yeah, if that happened, I would totally be okay with this whole thing." And I'm like, "Great. Still give the feedback though."
Let's see. Yeah, actually, I was pointing out some of this stuff earlier. There's actually a great moment right at the very beginning. Clearly, this is the path that I'm intended to go on. So I'm running along. Oh, there's like a cool little bridge there. Oh no, there's not. And it's like it's at this perfect height where if you don't tip the camera down, it's just like and like stuff like that. That's like good for a troll, but it's like not great level design. I felt like there were not enough reasons to use my psychic powers.
All right.
No puzzles or power interactions or interactivity.
Like the map right now, I definitely feel like an acrobat, but I don't feel like a psychic.
I just put more interaction. We needed it.
Yeah, everybody shares this one.
I love it.
This is just really the last one, not enough Psychonauts stuff.
Like just in general.
Yeah.
Just not
Just other than the art style.
There were a non-trivial percentage of people. One of the questions on the survey, playtest survey, was like, does this feel like a Psychonauts game? And there were a non-allowable amount of people that said no. So.
Cool. Thanks, everybody.
Actually, having level designers might be a success.
I think
Yay!
well,
There were none.
the jury's still out.
I don't know if all. Yeah, you may not know.
What happened in the last event?
Yeah, we fired them all.
Oh no!
One got fired. All the level designers got fired on second F1.
I have heard that story.
Apparently they smoked a lot of weed, so
Well, starting tomorrow, actually, we're gonna do a meeting to start talking through the character for the first level I'm gonna be working on, and hopefully about a week after that, we'll have kind of the basic character story stuff figured out. Fingers crossed.
So we'll be kicking off new levels with our new level team. These two guys will be kicking off a new level, and then our previous level team will be kicking off a new level as well. So we'll be kicking off new brains soon. So there's just a ton of content.
Cool. Kick off new brains.
Kicking off new brains. Exciting.
I mean, because the thing about here is that it's kind of just us, right? It's us trying to entertain ourselves, trying to come up with like what's the coolest concept we can think of for this, for this level.
How we had done this in the future, in the past was in the future. How we had done this in the future. I'm sorry, I'm displaced in time. We had a kickoff meeting, and then the level team kind of went off and brainstormed a bunch of stuff, and then like pitched it back to Tim, and that was problematic for a lot of different reasons. Because what has happened in the past is we've left the concept, the initial 2-week concept period, with something that's like, that kind of seems like it would work, but yeah. And what happens then is that the white boxing period just takes a lot longer because we're also iterating on the core concept, and then while the white box takes a lot longer, it just gets really big. So if you go play Bob Z, it's huge.
Bob Z.
Hello.
Bob Z. How did you do when your building kit, cinematic Lothians, asset list, and gameplay systems done for representatives?
We are done.
Done?
We are effectively
Pending review, but they did the tasks. Can we just like open it up and show people where Bob Z is at?
But yeah, all the areas have been touched by now, and some areas might need like a little like finessing still, but everything is here. Yeah, that's kind of it.
The Bob Z team has been toiling away. Do you want to talk anybody about the puzzle or tilting stuff?
No.
No?
Anyway, we do it.
Anyway, so Tuesday is the official kickoff.
Is there a Halls channel?
No.
There will be after this meeting.
Put your ideas in the Halls channel. If anyone has
So is
any.
that actually true Tuesday? Is these people going to be able to kick this stuff off? Are we done enough with Bob Z? Are we at a place where Bob Z
Is
is
there
going
a
to...
big party for Bob Z or a review or whatever? What happens at the end of
I'm
Bob Z?
on Bob Z for like
When do we play through it? And
Or the next.
Well, like the first playable is going to get a big like. Let's all play it. Check it out.
Bob Z's not in first playable.
I know. I'm saying.
Oh, sorry.
Does the whole
Yes.
team
Bob,
look at it, or what's
Bob's the
your
end
end of
representative.
Representative White Box? Do you do like a whole team review, or what is your process usually?
Well, we've never done it before, so.
Like, how do you end? Like, say, like, okay, that's White Box. That's the end of it, and is there a process for setting it up for whatever next stage of that level
That's
is?
a good
or-
question, and we should talk about what we want that to be, but probably not right now.
Okay. All right. Good.
But that's a very good question.
well, what is the goal of you playing the very last one then? Is it you're going to have a bunch of feedback?
I just haven't seen it in a while.
So let's go play it right now.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, unless you imagine you playing it and being like, nothing to say here, this is perfect. Because we're just setting up for you to have to either bite your tongue and not give the feedback you want to give, or the team to have a bunch of feedback they have to deal with. So,
Well, it's also, we can do feedback after first play.
sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Anyway, we do have another meeting.
Oh my God, what you guys doing? Yeah, we farted a lot, mostly.
So when you get to sit down and actually play through one of the brain levels, we're still sort of exploring that idea of things being extremely surreal. And it feels like that hasn't quite been captured yet.
We don't have that yet. We don't have a mental world where you're feeling like you're having surreal fun yet. We're brainstorming now on Cassie's level, trying to come up with something really surreal for that.
So walk us through the process. They say that you need to make a brain level. And what is the starting point of that?
Panic. Why is this level super crazy and unique and interesting and looks unique in every single screenshot and has a unique twist that makes it unlike any other level in Psychonauts and anything else you would see in a video game, which is a high goal.
Because like no one piece of this moves all the way to its completion by itself, even the story stuff. Like it moves a little bit, and then the gameplay stuff and the level design moves a little bit, and they feed off each other. And then it does have the story things that we think are critical, which are usually only just a couple like key points.
Is her character based on anyone that you know, or is it just a collection of traits that you're pulling from different experiences?
She is based on a stump from the first game that had her name on it.
Cassie. So this is going to be the Needle Witch, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know she was Asian. Oh, it's all coming
Yeah,
together.
Although she looks like she's going to take Richard Dreyfuss away. This one does.
Richard Dreyfuss. And she has a lot of bees that she can control with her mind. And then she works in there, she gets honey on her, and then she picks up a lot of pine needles from the forest, and so she's covered with these pine needles, and so her silhouette looks kind of like Hellraiser. No, it's more like following a trail of like concepts of what the different, the original Psychic 7, had different focuses, and we chose for her to focus on a human potential, the potential of the human mind, like someone who'd written a best-selling self-help book. And that ties back into the themes we're working on, where the Psychonauts used to be about something different than they're about now. They used to be about like a NASA for the human mind, just exploring all mysteries and potential. And the kids think she's terrifying, but she's not terrifying. She's just a nice old lady, misunderstood. And then this question comes up of, well, who is she really? And I think that's going to be part of her mind, I think, is actually finding that out. Like, you've been all these different things for different people. What is your true self? And then that question comes up for a lot of people, like, what is my true self? Because in some ways it can be something you invent. Like a lot of us, when we go from high school to college, we leave our high school to hometown and go to college, and there's a chance of like, I don't have to be that guy I was in high school. I could just, no one knows me here. I could be something else. And so that's the opportunity she's had, and then she lost it, and she's going to try and regain it. So I'd love it if people just dumped out any ideas they had about the level now, just so that we can try and make sure that it works for both. Like I can start weaving them into the backstory. And
well, okay. So there was a when Cassie was introduced to me, people were like, "Oh yeah, it's the bee lady," and so that was all I had to go on for a while. I can't remember exactly how I got here, but I wound up looking up the Borges short story Library of Babel, and the Library of Babel, the rooms in the library are all hexagons. It's a giant honeycomb. It's this infinite honeycomb that expands in all on all axes.
A classic book?
It's a short story from the 50s, 60s.
Oh, okay.
Maybe? Yeah. The whole book theming was actually one of the first level themes that got pitched. And we're like, oh, that's really cool. But it was almost like it came too soon. So we're like, oh, that's cool, but we haven't like generated enough ideas. So let's like put this over here and we'll generate these other ideas. So we generated a bunch of other ideas.
Yeah. She's like built a maze around herself, like an offensive one.
What if you just see little like how to dance tango instructions on the floor, and that's somehow the clue? You see those little shoes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you're like, look at that bee dance on the floor, and then you decode how to get through the maze. Brainstorming the Cassie level, at the beginning it was going to be about bees. It was going to be like, okay, I want to do a game level set in a beehive, but have it not look like a bee movie. And then we sat here and we had like 2 brainstorming sessions with Emily and Ben and Will, and we were like, oh, we drew all over that white paper, and we were like, stuck.
I feel like right now we're moving all the pieces around, but not really changing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think also one of the things that we're learning is the first, like, at least this has been the pattern for the other level teams, is like the first level a level team makes is sort of, there's some additional startup time, I think, for just like learning the process and the team starting to gel and everything.
And the second.
But when you get to the third, hey!
We're all backed up. That's great you guys are done with Bob Donato. What a relief. We're in that forever.
Yeah, it's definitely done. Definitely all the way done.
Can't wait to play all the flooding, wet, dry land mechanics. I haven't synced in a while, though, so I'm assuming. So, okay, here are my notes on Cassie.
Hollis.
Oh, shit, I got nothing on Hollis. Yeah, but it's a spy mission. Yeah, spy mission. Like Mission Impossible, you do this, you do this, you do this, and then Hollis is just not doing her job because she's
Is that fleshed out, or is
she's
that also
gambling.
part of the design of this level?
It's fleshed out in that stuff I just said.
Okay.
Do we want it to be a casino?
I don't know, man. When this idea was originally like typed in, this is one of like back in the original Psychonauts. So like that'd be fun to have a casino level. If the boss is Lady Luck, oh man, we should have Lady Luck as the boss, and you have to fight Lady Luck. Cool. And the octopus could be a hilarious dealer, like dealing cards.
Octopus.
Spinning wheels, octopuses spinning wheels. All the dealers are octopuses.
Octopuses are cool. We could be the first game studio to mocap an octopus.
That'd be so funny. Just an octopus with a bunch of ping pong balls on it. We're like, move! Do it! No! Damn it! Okay, back to position 1.
Just kicking.
because he gets it almost right. He goes up and he like deals with your cards like, oh, I said from the top of the deck, you fucking stupid octopus. Oh, I hate octopuses. Oh, speaking of.
Is this the Hollis meeting?
I think now it's the Cassie meeting.
Have you guys been having the Hollis meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did it get canceled?
Were we not supposed to?
Oh shit, it got
You guys
canceled.
never like told me.
I mean, we have a calendar.
What do you mean you never
We
told
showed up for the meeting and we had the meeting.
We were sitting here waiting for everyone to show up.
We just did it.
We should get a producer or something to keep this organized.
They had the meeting without
Oh.
Holy shit, did you just have the meeting without us?
Yeah.
We were here and no one came.
We came here at 4 and there was no one
Did you
here.
not
So
schedule a meeting?
No, we started because we were like, oh, they'll come when they're done, and then I think we just kept going.
We just got carried away.
Okay.
We just kept going. Yeah.
The creative energy was just overwhelming.
Come on.
Yeah, we probably should just get up to speed on what the hell's going on.
I'll go get Ryan.
Look, you guys, don't be mad at us. We came to the meeting when it was scheduled and we had the meeting, so I don't think anyone in here did anything wrong.
All right, fair enough.
We're down to about 150. So still a bit left. I think, Brian, you have a bunch left in your quest task because you hate me and my graphs.
Yes,
I
but
think,
that's beside the
yeah, I
point.
think that's like 24 hours that should be out of it, but it's still over 100.
It's still like 2 people worth of work.
Yeah.
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 That's a lot of work.
So
Getting it done.
there's still a lot of polish work that's in the task that we need to get through. And really, this sprint coming up is our last chance. Like, we're not going to suddenly find extra time. This is our first playable deadline, and we have to nail it. We have to send it to Starbreeze. They got to look over it. This is our statement for this is what the game's going to be. This is what we can do as a team. So whatever you guys can do, whatever I can do to help you to get through the working handsoft and to get this thing looking good and playing good would be awesome. If you can stay late, if you can get through more stuff, if you can take on extra stuff, help other people with their stuff, that would be wonderful. But if there's any questions about any of that or anything anybody wants to bring up, feel free, let me know. Cool.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, all the work that we've been doing is really great work.
Yep.
I think our velocity hasn't quite been there, which means we don't have the chance, as much of a chance to polish what's there, but what's there is an incredibly good and inspiring foundation for a lot of the rest of the game to come, both in terms of execution of stuff that we tried and started a long time ago, and then also just like surprises that have happened recently. And it would be great if we can get that all.
If there's a way to speed up the white box stuff, that'd be great for scope reasons, but I know it's a giant level, so it is what it is. All right, would you like to know how Psychonauts 2 First Playable is going?
Yes, we would.
It's close to representative white box.
From a design perspective, yes, and then Jeff is following behind and actually populating the representative assets. And then it becomes mostly just a scope, like a pure asset production problem.
Okay.
Like, how fast do we turn that crank? And I think we're good right now. It's just we haven't quite reached that point.
I don't have a lot of worries there. Full cutscene. I was hoping we could look at it in this meeting, but I think it'll be another couple hours. But hopefully by the end of the day, I can send that out.
What will we have by the end of the day?
Blocking.
Yeah, blocking.
Just
basic.
blocking
With Sasha and
Yeah.
Raz? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Rusty.
What's the problem, Ray?
Just this.
What's your problem? Okay, this is cool because this is our first cutscene. I think.
Hey, look, Sasha. I'm really sorry about what happened on the casino mission.
We all make mistakes, Rasputin. I just hope you learned something from it.
Yes! That the odds always favor the house, especially if the roulette.
Thanks. All right. You know what?
I feel like I'm hugging myself up for a wrestling match.
And so? Wow, that... versus Zen, who wins? Zenta banana, zenta banana, zenta banana, zenta banana, zenta banana. Nice eggs. Give us a Easter pun. Nerd. A nice cosplay.
An Easter pun. Define that. Okay, I'll think of one here.
Miyako has a pretty mean kick.
Hold on.
Let's see those feats.
You just wanted an excuse to see the feet.
Holy moly. Best streamer.
All right,
I got your ex
thinking
right
of a
here.
joke.
Pants grab.
Hold on.
Looking good, Zenzenta heart.
Okay, I'm thinking. Hold on.
Are they bigger? Your shoulders, that is. Sheesh peeps the new fit.
Hold on. I'm thinking fucking joke. It's gotta be good.
Oh my god. That outfit
It's got
is
to be a
amazing,
good
Zenta
Easter
heart.
joke.
I was motivated at first, yes. But then I lost. Zen, movie host here, reporting from work. Just a heads up, this week's movies will be crime-based like Mafia and heists. Also Endless Waltz on Saturday.
Oh, I was thinking
Yo,
of maybe
let's
like.
see those back muscles. 16 months, let's good. Bunny Zen.
I was thinking
Zenta
more
banana,
of like
Zenta
maybe
banana,
like the
Zenta
Creed
banana, Zenta
movies and
banana.
stuff like that.
Did you know, Zen, that it's the year of the rabbit? Feeling lucky, wink. Happy Easter,
Hello,
Zen,
everybody.
Chat, Zenta, Hug, Zenta
Welcome.
together.
Happy.
Zen is this man.
Not gonna fucking lie. It was good, but it was fucking cheeky.
Getting into
To that. I'm a
I
song.
like delicacy yum.
We don't talk about it, first off. Sucking off. I was a little bit too far away from the microphone. Going swimmingly. I can fix
Need
that if
bunnies
that's an
Enko
issue.
more of- So now that you're all ripped and stuff, can we finally get that backflip?
Is
Go. Now
Body.
I'm Zentrek.
Welcome.
Zenta banana, Zenta
Hello,
banana,
everybody.
Zenta banana,
Welcome to the
Zenta
stream.
banana, Zenta banana, Zenta banana, Zenta bananas, homie.
Superhero game of heroes? I don't even.
Bread that thick. Happy Easter.
I've never played that before.
Her Twitter post proves it. Also,
I would like
Zen
to introduce
fantastic
you to my
outfit and the
religion.
tracking on this model is awesome too. Zenta heart. My mistake. Shout out to Jesus for dying so we can have cyber bunny girls in the future. Goat homie. Man.
Oh.
Do you think when Jesus got nailed, he saw this and asked them to nail faster? Bunny girl.
Are they
Look at them. They need to. Chat from Wit Anime is this VTuber? It's 100% not from Alice in Wonderland. Oh sweet.
online?
Outfit. Don't worry Zen. 16 months of Easter.
Oh. Listen.
I really thought
Holy
you would
shit.
have 4 slots and
But then I.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
Zen's cosplay
Light
came
blue.
out well, but damn we look good, chat. Hello and welcome to the Gecko Bunny stream, where we'll attempt to make waffles from a toaster, and not put holes on our walls. Let's go banana bunny girls enter yes.
I already have holes on my wall because I don't know how to put hanging floating shelves. I used a power drill. It didn't exactly go well. Like one of the shelves are literally curved.
Did you read the instructions
They're
first?
like it. It's slanting down so hard.
I love all of your outfits. You really are an inspiration, and thank you so much for all your heart. Being a tier 3 sub has never felt better to support someone hardworking. Thank you Zenthray and your amazing chat and mods. Zenta heart, Zenta together, Zenta together.
Shout out to the mods.
If you are putting heavy shelves, you need to
Yeah,
find studs
I
to
thought
put
using.
the shelves in. Super advanced
What
robot
are?
tuber doesn't know how to use stud finder for hanging shelves. Also, I want your toaster to make
Wait,
toast.
what are studs?
Just because Zen was forklift certified doesn't mean she should be around power tools unsupervised. Atan would also complete the cosplay as well, too pale for comparison.
Not a screw.
Bark bark. This shelf will outfit come with a cybersuit power-up? For saving humanity, laws
What does this mean?
More specific?
My
Okay.
frickin' necklace.
Google for stud finder. How the fuck can you be more specific than telling you what it is and what it does, Pepega? Haruka would be able to explain it better on this topic.
Okay, so this is thing where like. How do I explain it? I'm a visual learner. I guess that's pretty specific.
Just
I
Google
like
if you
either
lazy
watch it one
toaster.
time and then that's it. I know what to do.
Chat, you have to explain it like you're talking to someone who only eats the crust off of their Pop-Tarts. Do we need to recommend stuff for your throne to correctly set up your place? So go to YouTube and look it up instead of asking people who have to type it out, Pepega. Drywall anchors are okay for clocks and hanging pictures, but whole shelves definitely need to be screwed into wall studs, despite the 50 to 100 pound weight rating. Oh, okay.
I think it has like a
visual
20-pound
learner.
one.
So you know the giant hole in your wall, look in there. You should see some wooden beams. Those are stuff framework of Zen, Tapple.
Count like.
Visual learner. Guess you will eventually learn where not to hang stuff in your house by the holes left behind from all the shit falling off. Seems good.
Every 16, right?
Jesus was a carpenter, you could get tips from him. This is going to be very difficult
Yeah,
if we have
but
to
he's
teach
not
you
around
how
right
to count
now.
as well.
Okay.
Poor elderly tuber is
Every
starting
6
to
and I modernized it a little bit. I didn't
I see
really
Zen
have
is
too
trying
much
new
planned today.
hairstyles in the middle of her cosplay.
I just wanted to see. Nothing wrong with that. Resident Evil 4. That
Wait,
is
so
true.
we're playing Apex
I did say
today,
I wanted to play
Bunny-chan?
Resident Evil 4. We're not playing Apex. Don't worry.
BTW. Bunny Hero is 5 foot 2 inches, 159 centimeters for metric users. Yes, the horrors of a Midwestern suburban house.
Excuse me?
How about a nice Easter-themed game? Like
Well,
Donkey
for
Kong
record,
Country? That's
not really Easter.
Man, I thought we're playing Murder House since it's
I
Easter
feel like
themed
Junk
game.
King is more of the Easter vibes.
Slightly off topic.
So that's interesting to see.
Like Georgie Boy.
From expanded much is clear. You guys want me to play a game now, so all the consequences. Maybe I should upgrade it then. I think that's a skill issue, yeah.
Why am I here still?
Ooh, I get to try the pistol. Because you like my content.
If you've been around...
That wheel is a 00.
Know, Rasputin, that the human mind is not a plaything.
Yeah, that Sasha and Raz cutscene was the first thing I wrote for Psychonauts 2. So there you go, the very first cutscene in the game.
It's gonna get thrown away though, right?
Probably. See, I follow my own rules. You gotta throw away the first waffle. It just says all the gunk from the waffle iron sitting in the cupboard on it. You don't want to use that. But now the waffle iron is clean and hot.
Mm-hmm. What do you think will be like the most underdeveloped thing? Like it sounded like combat was something you guys were worried about, yeah? Which I guess was kind of one of the weaker parts in the original game too.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all part of you being true to the first game.
The thing I want to do, the thing that we have to do this milestone is like fighting needs to be good. Like we need to get to the point where
Combat is the one thing that, due to just not having programming resources during pre-production, we did not do adequate pre-production on it, which means we have quality and scope risks across the whole project for combat. You know, we are still prototyping combat in a pre-production sense, and my hope is to get through that part as part of first playable. So that is the biggest thing that is like, yeah, that's not really like first playable. That's actually something I would have loved to have done in pre-production, but we did not. And these guys are all crowding up on me. And so I'm losing the focus on the one an enemy that like as a player I chose to concentrate on, because the rest of them are still moving in. Like I think the thing that you should see, we're gonna need to get some toys to play around with in 3D space. But
wait, I understand what you're getting
I know, but I'm just trying to visualize it. Here, let's use the erasers. Yeah, so the hamster can be Raz, and I would expect, you know, like you lock on the walrus and the elephant and the whale are here, and mostly that these two spread out, and this one is the one that gets to attack. Because like right now, I think what's happening is you lock on a guy, this guy attacks, he backs off, and then these guys sort of crowd in, and I'm still locked on this guy. And the expected player behavior, I think, would be
AI is often kind of a black box, and you want it to always be very, very clear why they're doing the things that they're doing. So I actually have some debug stuff now. If they're green, like that guy is right there, he can attack me. If they're yellow, it means that they're not doing anything, they're just circling and making sure that they're like near you. If they're this blue cyan type of color, that means that they're gonna attack, that's their ranged attack state. That's an illusion that we're trying to like weave together. Like as a player, you're so ready to suspend that disbelief that it's like, that's where I get the fun. Like it's like, oh, he just dodged, oh, that's so cool, you know, like it makes me excited. I don't know if that's how the player is finally gonna feel. Like making things feel like they're actually alive, that's the really cool thing. Imagine that the enemy has a life outside of this battle that you're in. So maybe you're fighting more than one guy, and you know, they get upset when like one of their friends dies or something, and they may have a reaction that would actually be detrimental to them in a combat situation, but like they'll do it anyway. Like I'm trying to kind of work more of those things in, but I have to make sure that everything else is working first.
I don't know. I mean, we'll sort of figure out these rules. I mean, I could write down, hey, this is what I think maybe would happen, but I have a feeling a lot of this stuff will come out organically as we develop and see the behavior.
No. I mean, there's no dirt. It's just like, it really is just about like the best way to communicate. Yeah, it was just like, I think, just a different way of like communicating or like describing what it is that we wanted, or like what problems I was having with getting it to what he, like, you know, where that, how to bridge that gap, I guess, between what he wants and what is happening. Oh, little animals.
Little animals, little animals. Yeah.
Something just came up, and I wanted your opinion on it.
Thanks, guys.
Yes. Together, ideas together. You know, obviously, you want to have a socket to that idea, like where this is like.
She's like killing it. Yeah.
Have you been paying attention to the powers at all that she's been prototyping?
Oh yeah.
All right. So yeah, we've been focusing on first playable powers. So just sort of more specific, honing in on what we want TK to feel like, and doing like a special camera for this like precise mode. So I've worked with like Jeremy. He's put together like the firewall, and it's all kind of come together. I think I'll feel more proud of the abilities when they become a more integrated part of the experience, which wasn't exactly the focus for first playable. I think I'm especially proud of the more under the hood stuff than the abilities, because it's hard to see. It's hard to see all what went into like Pyro. These basic systems that allow a whole bunch of other things to happen. And then with the abilities just being the culmination of that.
You know, I wrote some systems, and before, I mean, she's basically been the one to just like, it's like, oh sweet, you have a new system here, I'll do a bunch of really cool shit with it, like right away.
No, I want to appreciate someone who casually makes the impossible possible and the possible a reality. Yeah.
Let's step it up, people, with the speeches. We're getting better.
So, Anna.
Anna Kipnis. Yay. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Amy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, 30. Today is my birthday, yes.
Why'd you come to work?
I like work. It's my treat to myself. And to fix stuff. And because first playable is really soon, we've got so much work to do. I'm glad I'm 30. I couldn't wait to be older. It's different. It's different like when you're a super young developer and you're like, hey, let's do this thing. You're like, child. So I'm an adult now.
That's what you say to James.
All the time.
Yeah.
Hollis has actually knocked out the concept in 2 weeks, which is delightful, which is good. And Hollis is actually in...
knock on wood.
Well played.
They're moving along. They're whiteboxing, and they're making their test world parts. So that's underway. The Cassie thing. We are in week 5 of Cassie's 2-week concept phase.
We're whiteboxing now.
Are we?
Yes.
We are.
Absolutely.
Based on the meeting we had.
It definitely did.
Just before this, it's kind of like there's still a lot of questions.
There are not, actually.
Okay.
The problem that we kept running into was that it didn't feel like we had specifics to grab onto, but we did know that Cassie was a writer, which was why the whole book thing had come up in the first place. Going into the whole carp book thing was just kind of like, well, let's go back. We thought this idea was interesting. We didn't really have a chance to really flesh it out. Let's go back and try that. And we hit on some really cool gameplay stuff that the book theming lent itself to. Like, imagine Raz running around on the page of a book like something out of one of the old Winnie the Pooh Disney cartoons. The whole book thing just like really set that level on fire. It was great.
Oh, I did some illustrations to pass off to Jeremy to put into a book.
He did.
And he did.
He did.
It went behind the tree?
Yeah, and you could also constrain his path so that it was like 2D and walking along that path, or 2D and force him up into a mountain or whatever. Or it could be 3D fully explorable where you could like go into it. So you could do the adventure game thing where you have to go to the castle really far away, and you can walk and get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Again, this is like proof of concept proven. So then it's just like formalizing the rules of how you build this thing.
Concept proven.
No, I think so. I think it's awesome.
And then the first test Jeremy did of the flat world and falling in and out of the book was I think one of the first times the game felt really canonical to us. Like, oh, that was a surprising thing. That was cool.
Okay, first you're gonna have to see how I did the hands. We've solved video games. This is how video games are made, folks. It's just Raz holding it. Nope. Horrifying.
Why does it have to be two?
Because this is video games, okay? This is how we roll. So I took these pieces and chopped them up and stuck them in the game. As I move these guys around, you can see it updating. And then the most interesting thing is that you hit the corner page flips. Yeah, I have these triggers set up.
Okay.
You can tell it which. Yeah, I think there's a chance it could get old. I guess it's up to the level designers to figure that out.
If you just did this and milked it for all it's worth, you could almost get a whole level out of it. I think there's a ton of variation. If you're like, okay, you probably go into a book 5 times at most in a level. What are the 5 different cool variations that make it interesting every time? You can come up with 30.
Hole that bookworms have eaten in it, and you fall into bookworm world.
Yeah.
Roast monster bookworms.
And then everyone, when you see the thing.
Very amped about it, like everyone.
Yeah, people are pretty amped about it.
Yeah, big location.
Yes.
Take on me.
The actual level is still really early and not even white boxed yet, so we're still figuring out what the level actually means. So.
Well, it's certainly gotten people excited about the idea, which seems like a good morale, encouragement.
Yeah, people are super into it. So there's a lot of different examples of ways that we could use books and pages and stuff. So I think that just having the simplest version of it being impressive is an important state to be in, where the worst case scenario is we just have this in the level. And if that's compelling, then you're in a good spot, because if it can't possibly be any more boring than this, then it's it's a good place to be.
Thank you very much, Cassie team. That's great.
Thank you.
Yes, super cool.
No level has been pushed all the way through yet, so things are in various states of being just enough that the level designers can figure out what they need to do with this, or if these ideas are even possible.
I hope so.
That's the idea.
Lots of hoping in game development.
We need 3 more effects artists to get this game done. That's not going to happen, so we're going to have to work smart together.
You guys help each other back and forth, or is there separate?
We don't like to talk about it. It's there's a very cold distance.
Yeah, there's a little barrier here.
Yeah, I'm working on my things too.
But let's get to business.
This week we have Starbreeze coming in for Psychonauts 2.
So Zach and Gavin are in the Starbreeze meeting all morning. But they said that they still care about you guys deeply. It's a lie. Yeah, it's totally a lie.
So yeah, let's just play through it and talk through anything you get to a point where you're like, oh, okay, let's see what's going to happen here in the future.
It's literally being refactored right now, so the triggering is a little bonk.
Oh, nice.
Just tie them up.
And I use it as a door knocker.
Yeah, so some of the basics of combat in terms of all the abilities work. They're kind of fun to use. it's fun to hit guys. Our basic combo system is in for Raz, but like none of it is balanced or at all good. But we have people on that full time basically for the rest of the project.
It's made a lot of progress in the last couple of weeks. So.
Look if I can actually land on this thing.
Yeah, that was a good little path.
There we go. Very graceful exit there. Haha! Good mind reader. So one of the things that we also wanted to do, if you're making a level all about books, the cool thing to do would be is if you could actually enter books. So this is the first test we did of that, which was like a 3D projected onto it. You can see Raz's.
Like Raz could pick up a book and open it, and then just all you see
zooms
this,
in, and then you're in the book.
That's amazing.
That's the first.
That's going to be.
There we go.
This is cool. This is the one.
Hey, it's Jeremy Mitchell.
Hey, Mitchell.
Hey, where's your level with the latest and greatest, like the page flip stuff?
It's in the developer folder.
Later, I'd love to see that. Like, just head over to your desk.
Yeah, you
just see that.
pull it,
That's amazing.
Sing back.
I love that.
Yeah, so playing with a lot of like 2D to 3D transitions, things where like you're playing the game and then the camera pulls out and it's actually a book that you're holding, and you close the book and you're controlling the Raz that was holding the book, or finding books and open them up and having the reverse thing, and then also playing with like 2D. We'll see where all that goes.
It's like Waterloo times 10.
This one.
I hadn't seen the effect on him yet. That's cool.
That just went in.
Yeah, I just added the 2D shader on him.
How many books do you think you'll jump through?
I mean,
it's a real library. Every book is interactive.
Everything. Yeah, we're gonna randomly generate them all procedurally.
Every person on the team has to write one book.
Yeah, so really trying to push
good stuff
on the levels having like super unique visual identity and some interesting gameplay shticks and change-ups and things like that, which I feel like we're starting to hit our stride on that after just like learning what it is to make a brain in a Psychonauts again. So that's good.
This is super. This is fantastic. Super pumped about.
I mean, those are sort of the showable
That's
things.
amazing.
With the 2-level teams, those are what they're working on right now. The 3rd-level team is working on their plan for like long-term iteration in the quarry.
Well, good. I mean, you hit the whole. I mean, basically, what you sent. What was it? August. Like what we're gonna hit for first playable, and it was dead on, which is awesome.
Well, there's a whole meeting in the yard for.
Thanks, Tim.
Today is the 17th anniversary of Double Fine Productions, and my 50th birthday.
It's what 50-year-old Tim looks like.
Yeah,
you've seen it.
High kick, I like to kick and stretch.
He's so 50. He's so 50 years old.
When I'm sleepy and tired, I like to sit down, which is just more often now. I mentioned I'm 50 years old. Kick.
How's it feel to be 50?
Mm-hmm. Well, I like 49. Ugh. Do you have any questions?
I have a question.
But Monica has a question.
Since you're 50 now, what was your favorite memory of 25?
1992. We had just... Oh, that's the year I got divorced.
Oh!
Oh, shit.
Perfect. Cover the name. Greg, cover the name. Yeah, it's like...
What? Who did that?
Who put what the hell? Who did that?
I thought it was Levi.
Actually, it feels like Levi would do it.
Yeah.
That's my favorite game.
Yeah. I mean, it's an accomplishment to be old. It's hard to get old.
The stakes are higher, which is why the pressure is higher, and everybody's being pickier. It's
a lot of
all-
pressure.
It's sequelitis. It's
Yeah.
all of the things.
If you get too into your own head, you're just going to drive yourself crazy, because that absolutely happened to people in the first game.
You know what else happened? All the level designers got fired.
It's not going to happen.
We have this community of people who are expecting this amazing thing that we all feel pressure to deliver.
To sell really well.
And you're never going to make them happy.
Yeah.
So don't even think.
Let's just accept we're not going to make them happy. If we can get like 60%, we're good.
That better not be our Metacritic.
We don't have that yet. We don't have a mental world where you're feeling like you're having surreal fun yet.
Like, we don't have an art director yet. That's really crazy to me. Octopus.
Spinning wheels, octopuses spinning wheels. All the dealers are octopuses.
Turn them off.
We hit on some really cool gameplay stuff that the book theming lent itself to.
Like, oh, that was a surprising thing. That was cool.
Level stuff. We're going through and implementing more stubs. Have that kind of complete so that feels like something. So when we play through it, we actually have cutscene content in there. Hollis is doing low detail representative meshes, scripting action paths for tournament, intersection, fountain areas, and a bunch of representative work on the casino brain. Cassie, low detail representative meshes. Scripting action paths, library, Shanghai, garden and school, and representative props for library. HQ interior, continued work on atrium, and then writing, which
That looks like all the ones from last sprint rolled over to this sprint. So
No, writing got done last sprint.
Yes. So we have a big list, and we have to talk to him. To determine,
okay. Yeah, we need to
what
narrow
the
that down to
best
something
path
that's actually
forward is.
deliverable.
Any questions or anything else anybody wants to talk about? If not, then we are done.
Cool. So then this is the other big path I worked on this sprint.
Set it up first before we start.
Okay.
Where are we in the level?
So imagine the octopus is like attacking me and stuff. It's very cool. Chips are falling over.
Okay.
And that's what this is.
Don't sound so skeptical.
Jeff does sound very
No. My only skepticism comes into, do we have the time to build a giant Uncharted set piece action path?
I think there are some cheap ways to go about doing it that don't involve it being as expensive as an Uncharted set piece. What matters here is seeing at pretty key points, seeing like a tentacle moving and doing something in front of you, and then you do more stuff, and then again a tentacle moves and does something in front of you.
That would look really cool. Yeah, so that's the action path. Then you get to the actual roulette wheel part.
It doesn't have to be like this fully dynamic, like everything is because we can't afford it.
As much as I want that in there.
No, I mean, the idea is really just that it should feel like it has been an escalation with the octopus. That's the really important thing.
Well, I mean, she could actually be chucking things at you the entire time,
Totally.
and that are not aimed at you at all, but they're just like.
Yeah, and that's I think that's the idea.
Those are cheap. We thought about all of these things. We just have to make sure we don't go beyond them.
Oh, it's going to happen. It's just whether, I mean, it's just, I'd rather over-design the exciting moments and then get told I need to cut back than make a bunch of boring areas. But the game needs like exciting moments. Like it can't all just be areas you enter and explore. We have to at some point like do things.
Thank God.
What's everyone's plans for tonight?
Cool. Yeah, that's
Typing up the notes from
That's
this
it, right?
from this meeting. Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
it.
Thank you.
Tell us about how everything's going.
Oh, just in general?
Yeah, sure.
Well, okay, everything's going great. Next question. No, everything is moving along. We're at the point. I mean, to be honest, I wish we were further along than we are. I'd like to have a couple levels in the bag, and we don't. I mean, the reason I'm getting fighty is because we've got Paul as a great asset, and he's got nothing to do. He's building like the hot tub and the bar and stuff. So it's like I'm pushing, and I think I'm making some people are like, well, we're not ready yet. I'm like, well, can we get ready? What can we do? Anything, I'll take anything, but I'm pushing to try to, because I want to start building world bits. I want to start building metrics pieces. I want to start building like actual stuff that we're using to put these levels together. Sometimes it's frustrating to me because I'm me and I want things done. I want to check something off. I have a list of checkboxes and I want to clear one, and that drives me. But if the creative direction is we decided that this is what has to happen, then all right, you got it. You know, there's a team of 50-something people working on this game, and man month is a real thing. And it's an awesome idea to think we can work on a game forever, and people love making video games, it's so much fun. People like getting paychecks.
This was, I was doing a Master Cassie room.
So this is not the scene where she's written into a corner?
This is that room, yeah.
Okay.
Well, like my counter argument to that is like this is supposed to be like
the normal,
the one picture that sets up her problem. So the idea before was that she was in this room where like there's all this writing and scribbles around, and she was literally written into this one little empty spot in a corner, surrounded by her words, and she was stuck. Like she had this paralysis. And I don't know if that narratively has stayed with the level as it's designed. But if you came in here and saw her just chilling in her living room, I think you would just think, oh, she's fine. Like this is what she looks like.
That's a good point.
But that doesn't look like any problem. That looks like I would love to chill out in that little corner and be happy.
Right. Yeah.
And the thing I'm still most concerned about with this area is the actual like on the ground structure. Like where are you exploring? Because these are all sort of just like loose dioramas, and it is I still don't know what the area is.
Yeah.
It needs to be made concrete in very short order. Just because ideally that was the kind of thing that we should have handled during White Box 1. So.
But yeah, there is a little pressure to execute on what everyone was like. Yeah, that looks great. Like, yeah, I think there's a lot of key stuff it's not available to us yet. It's like they've sort of proven it out in a very isolated space, but then actually putting into levels, we always sort of get stopped, and they're like, oh no, it's not good right now, don't put this in it. So we are missing like very core stuff like clone combat and portals and 2D, like actual 2D platforming.
I mean, I feel like a lot of teams are just on their first levels. I think a lot of people are still kind of figuring out where they fit in on this thing, which is also why I think things are taking a little longer. I don't think everything's gelled yet.
Maybe.
Go team. Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Explosions. We have to leave.
You don't want to touch my hand right now.
James is forever frozen in that pose until somebody picks it up.
Until somebody high fives it.
I think this is the first game that like Double Fine's had designers on for quite some time, like a full-on like level designer role. So I think there's a little bit of what does that person do exactly, and how do they interact with the world builder, and what's the delineation of work between those two people. We're still hiring people, so we're still putting a team together, which is interesting in a lot of ways. So what are we gonna do? Because we want to make sure that we're not kicking these down the road. We want to be stern about where it's at.
We totally haven't hit represented on any of these levels at all.
If we know we're not there, can we take apart why we're not there and try to come up with like, all right, I think we need this much more time.
The other thing I want to do, I talked to Ryan about this, is find a way to pull him off of levels, at least for the midterm.
Yeah,
and he's just going to do management review, feedback, direction, all of that, because I need him focused on that.
I agree.
Level quality from a design standpoint, he just needs to be doing that full time for a while. So we have to figure out another way to work around that.
What's going on today?
Okay, so yesterday I really just went back through and was playing through the level looking for broken paths and stuff like that, just kind of cleaning up stuff.
Here's my take on it. I think the game's leads started and have been on this game for, over a year now. Started the design process and writing all the documentation and putting together the prototypes and building the stuff with themselves from a full hands-on. I am going to be the lead, but I'm also going to be responsible for a certain amount of assets. You can't be a really good, effective lead who's looking at all the work that's happening from all the teams and giving feedback and be building your own level at the same time. And then the bigger the game gets, the more people that come onto the team, the more voices you have pulling at you. Can you check this out? I need to know what you think of this. Can you read this document? I have a question about this thing. Can I have a meeting with you about this topic? Or how this works, or what's the plan for this element? It just goes on and on and on. And the bigger the team gets, the more demand there is. And I think that's what's happening. It's just like, you have to be there to kind of help everyone else with their goals and make sure, and you have to know everything that's going on, because your goal is to make sure that plugs into that everything strings together and it works. Like, Jeff's awesome. Jeff's probably one of the fastest builders we have. But he's also one of the best people at eyeballing something and knowing what it takes to get it done efficiently. So his input on a lot of the other builders' work is super important because of that reason. Whatever Jeff has on his plate to make, we have to make sure that he's not overtasked, because there's still a lot of stuff he needs to help other people with, and it's super important, perhaps even more important.
Also, push him a little harder.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have to come back to Bob Z.
I actually added that into the schedule. I saw Bob Z.
It's really helpful to be able to talk to them, and it kind of sucks that it comes at the cost of them not being able to work on their own stuff. But if that's what they've decided, then I just have to trust them on that. But yeah, it is very helpful to be able to talk to them on a regular basis. Yeah.
I'm crossing my fingers that nobody dies. That'd be terrible.
I hope no one dies.
Yeah.
How do we find the time we need? But in the short term, like, we're still making levels. We're still making everything we intend to make, and that's the plan.
Now, to specifically think about Tim's role in this one, he's mostly just focused on writing, and he helps the different teams when he can, and that's been useful. But how has his pace been in terms of being able to deliver those writings? Outwardly, it seems like he's actually been sort of ahead of the curve on this project.
Tim's pace is good. Tim's pace could be better.
The limiting factor is the actual writing of the scripts. Of course. There is no point where I think we are getting scripts delivered so fast that our ability to scratch and stub them falls off.
Well, theoretically, we should be. But
Theoretically, we should be, but that's not the problem we have. Right. So we'll talk about that problem when that problem exists. Right now, the problem is that there's not enough at the beginning of the pipe.
Yeah.
We don't have a jam at the end of the pipe. Yeah. Theoretically, we could. If we were getting 11 scripts this sprint, yes, I think we'd have some issues with getting them all scratched. We're not getting 11.
Do you ever feel a sense of futility with what you're doing?
Just putting that out there for you guys to digest and do whatever you want to do with that information. I'm out.
The level writing, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot there.
Okay. Yeah, because the goal for this milestone, the December milestone, is to have not only the scripts written up until Cassie, but have them stubbed into the game.
What's that date again?
Huh?
December
15th, 2017.
2017?
Yeah.
And inevitably there will be a big deadline, and there will be a lot of crunching on writing that's going to happen. I think that's just the way it goes. And when you're working with someone like Tim, Tim's got his creative process, and it is what it is. You're going to rush it? You can't.
She's really mad, but if I wanted to get her back in feeling some closeness with Raz, is that she has done this in the past, like she did.
I really liked that about it. I liked the idea that she did this to a professor that fucked with her.
Oh yeah, she did. Oh, is that what it was going to be?
So the idea was that the professor was racist and stole her work, and she decided to just be like, "Oh, I'll just go fix his brain," and he went crazy. Oh, we at some point we talked about the idea that the Psychonauts came in and fixed his brain after she messed it up, and that's how she got introduced to the Psychonauts in general, which could be kind of cool.
Yeah. Or she, I can't figure out what it is, but I feel like there's got to be something where she at least learns something about, or somehow helps her let go of that old experience or something. I'm doing writing. Some of the stuff is taking longer than I planned because there's secret tasks in writing that you don't. People know that when you do a character, you have to concept it, and then you have to get orthos, and you have to model it, and you have to rig it, and there's all these steps to getting it done. But to get a scene done, people, even me, just think, oh, I got to sit down and write that scene. But there are all these preliminary steps. Like I have to kind of get the backstories together for every character that's in the scene.
Is this a Tim meeting, or are we watching Tim eating?
Tim eating meeting.
Just a Tim eating meeting?
Careful, Tucker.
What?
Yeah, thin ice.
You're opening the chips.
I don't want any of your fat shaming in here. With the next scenes that I'm doing, it involves all these interns, and I realize like, ooh, I haven't figured out who these people are exactly. So I'm going and writing backstories for all 6 interns, and not delivering any scenes the whole time I'm doing that. Hi guys. Thank you for helping me out.
Yeah.
I have to kick out a whole bunch of backstory concepts for these characters, but it's really more about almost like free associating with these characters, things that could have happened to them, things they might be good at, things they might care about, and then I'll try and fit it all together later. Here's the only thing I know about all the interns. He likes Morrissey. We all know that, right?
2, I was going to suggest Joy Division, but...
Look at him.
Pretty Elliott.
Look at his pompadour and his little flannel and his wheelchair.
We're talking about Aaron as being like being groomed to be the next like big, cool, amazing psychonaut.
Does he
and
want
is
to be?
like
But that could be why, because he's so talented.
maybe they're trying to like get him to actually engage with it.
And he possibly is Lily's ex.
Lily shouldn't have pulled out.
Didn't have an ex.
She's too young.
Yeah, she also seems so innocent.
It's like holding hands when you're in
Why do
like
you think it's not
elementary
innocent
school.
to have an ex?
Phone call.
You don't know. Jesus
Hello?
fucking Christ. Okay, one bad thing that happened to all of them. Well, her parents died.
Her parents.
Was his psychic abilities that led him to an accident?
Like he tried to fly before he really could control it.
Yeah.
Psychic accident.
Every time she stops someone's head from exploding, she shrinks a little
Okay, that's about my time, you guys. I think there's a lot of really good ideas here. I have to know who the characters are. I have to maybe solve some logic problems about like how do they know this and how do they know that. Where there's a lot of planning that you have to do before you're done. And actually sitting down to write the scene can take like 3 hours once you have all that done. But you have to get all this stuff done beforehand. And I don't think that process of writing has been exposed a lot to producers, even that I'm aware of it myself sometimes. You're putting off writing the scene and you realize this, you're putting it off because you don't know what you're doing yet.
Third, I just wanted to give a quick schedule update. We are still talking to Starbreeze about when the right time to ship this thing is. But Starbreeze is basically waiting to hear from us at this point, and they're super supportive about it. They understand it. And I think they might be coming out towards the end of this month to just talk through it.
Starbreeze is coming. I think they're all coming. I think Mikhail and Evan. And talk about the schedule, which is in a interesting state of game development. Not exactly sure where everything's going to land. And they have been developers, so they know about that stuff too. So I'm hoping we just have a friendly discussion about what we know and what we don't know.
You know, you've got milestones, you deliver them. If you meet the goals crafted by the contract, you get a chunk of change. There's definitely way more pressure at that end to go, why are we cutting these checks to this developer? Because we're X many months behind. But I don't think any one person is the one to save the day. No one's gonna be the one magic bullet that goes, aha, I've fixed everything.
Please join me in welcoming to Double Fine Productions the set teacher. Stand up, please. Come on, look at you, the set.
Yeah, actually, I used to work with Jeremy Natividad at EA. We were on the same team, but all the artists knew each other. So it's nice that he kind of told me about the position, and I was able to get in.
I just left Ubisoft San Francisco.
Do you feel comfortable saying the entire name of the project you were last working on?
Yes. It is South Park: The Fractured Butthole.
I think that sounds so innocent. That's great. And what will you be doing here at Double Fine Productions?
I am managing the art team, so I will be making sure that the artists know what they're doing every day and that they have the tools they need to do the best work that they can.
Excellent. Awesome. That is a great thing to have done.
Sure. Art manager position is a unique position at studios. It's kind of a hybrid of being an art director and an art producer. So in addition to overseeing pipeline and quality control and production, I also have to look at schedules and budgets and how we're going to get everything done in time.
This is our camera crew right here, who you see, who they really enjoy filming things that seem like they might be important.
What's up?
Hi, Lisette.
I think my assessment of the first playable was that it was really strong out of the gate. There was a really strong sense of space. There's a really strong sense of aesthetic. There's some visual issues, mostly around just using a kit, you know, using the same piece several times, you're just gonna get a lot of repetitive shape. But that's normal when you're first using, you know, kit bashing as a technique. But I think we had a really strong base to start with. What I was really surprised with was how well the gameplay was, like how Raz moved and how you navigated the space was pretty, I felt close to ship even though I know it was nowhere near it. So that means that we nailed some things really well. And visually, I think we definitely hit the aesthetic. But there are definitely processes that needed to be evaluated to see what we could do to make things more efficient, and talking about those techniques with the team and seeing what we could do to work smarter.
I think mostly getting this process down and telegraphed out to the team.
Yeah.
At least down by the end of this milestone and telegraphed out.
Absolutely.
And also, I've been talking to Ryan and Zach about sort of like decoupling art from design in terms of the way we move forward. Because like right now, especially on like Cassie and a bit on Hollis as well, you guys are ready to start putting representative assets into the world, but the level's not actually ready for representative assets yet. So I want to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future.
We want everybody who is involved in each of these steps to understand the process, so they can be like, "Oh, is this done yet?"
Well,
I can't do that.
Yeah, and the goals of each step.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, you guys should feel empowered to do what you need to do and not worry about like hurting anyone's feelings, because that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I will say, I think I hear a lot in those meetings, like, don't worry about that now.
Yeah.
That is the thing that gets said a lot when we bring up like concerns about levels. They're like, don't worry about that now. It's not the time to worry about that.
They bring
I'm
up
like,
something and I'll be like, that's a kit, and they'll be like, don't worry about it. I'm like, that's my job to worry about it.
It's your job.
And it should be.
And you should say, that's my job to worry
That's
about.
exactly what you should be doing.
I would say the material test worlds for the artists have been very helpful. They force them to come up with a look and like, execute on that look in a very small scale, rather than trying to solve that problem at a big level. So I think that process works really well for the artists.
Kind of just sets the scene. There's not really a feel like I need to jump through that. And this would be Cassie's house. And that's more like, you know, Pacific Northwest situation up here. I haven't really put them in here yet, but I was talking to Lisette, like those could be kind of honeycombs back there that you platform up, and yeah, so it's kind of a versatile piece. We can change whatever's on here. Like right now I only have the two, that's why this one's familiar, but yeah, that's what I've been doing visuals wise for this.
I just love the look of the contoured like hills and mountains inside of those pages and the foliage coming out. The shapes of that foliage work really, really well there as well, by the way. Like those are just great.
The stuff that Will's been doing with the dioramas like really made the colony area come alive. That particular art direction there, hopefully we can put the energy into that to like really make that hit. Because that is something that you can draw, that you can like pull meaning out of if you do it right. I think that's really cool. The stuff that Emily's been doing, like her take on Shanghai with like, you know, just flooding it essentially.
Ink is sort of like water falling down, and there's like little fish coming up, and the paper boats are sort of going around, and that's what you're jumping on to get to these new islands.
That was something that I hadn't really been thinking of, but like the more time that I've spent looking at that concept piece, the more that I can kind of like see it as like, oh yeah, that I could totally see that being like the version of that map that people ultimately walk away from, you know, playing, and that's really cool.
She does a lot of really good sketches and like kind of big like gestural things that really help me out and give me a springboard to do stuff like this.
Yeah. It's nice.
I don't know if this gets too paper crafty, but I was thinking like the trampolines could.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like Here.
The super secret double spring.
It's for you.
James isn't here to give me my go team.
You should do the best one while James.
Go team!
Send a freeze frame of that to James.
So we're trying to get the artists to be more involved in having a say in how the design is starting to play out, because at the end of the day, they're going to have to build the forms that fill this space. So if they feel like they're getting signed up for a lot of work that they don't think is necessarily feasible, then I'm asking them to bring that up and during the design process so that can be addressed in the design and not after the fact once we've said, oh, this is all approved for representative white box, because then we can't make any movement there. We can't. You know, that's just me going in and cutting things at that point, and I don't necessarily want the design process to work that way. Scope needs to be considered a little earlier.
Scope, I already discussed a little bit, which is that it's just too big. So we've cut 2 of the boss fights and kept it simple.
So I'm a little, part of this feels like you are presenting a solution to these problems.
I'm presenting what we've talked about.
Okay, all right, because I think there's more discussion on
I agree.
whether these are...
Yeah, I'd like to discuss it as a group, but I just
Okay.
wanted to fill you all in on what we've been talking about thus far.
I'm just saying that there are more interesting usages than... Sorry, you're just looking at me blankly, so I
No,
don't know what you're...
I'm just listening. We've run into similar problems with 2 of our levels regarding both scope and conflicting visual themes. So in addressing that issue, we're also trying to address the fact that it's pretty linear, well, extremely linear, and so we're trying to make it a more open level. And I was looking at Bob Z to kind of get a sense of like what we fucked up there versus what we fucked up in Hollis. It was pretty edifying though, because I think Hollis is a much better playing level than Bob Z was.
I've been working particularly with the level teams and just sort of looking at how our level design process is, how art fits within that, and where we're seeing things kind of sputter along and not necessarily gain traction, and also, you know, what is working.
I gotta watch this plate and then I have to go. I don't think you're gonna solve it totally in the room right now. But I think this is responding to a lot of the feedback that you guys have gotten in a good way. So yeah, I think I mean, thank you for taking that stuff seriously and sort of gathering it all together and trying to come up with a solution that fixes a lot of it.